Good evening. Let me call to order the regular City Council meeting for the City of St. Helena for Tuesday, June 27th. Ms. Koberstein, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Black, roll call.
Mayor Galbraith?
Here.
Vice Mayor White?
Here.
Councilmember Doreen?
Here.
Ellsworth?
Here.
Koberstein?
Here.
Good. That takes us to public forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address us with respect to matters not on our agenda tonight. All right.
I'm Gene Armstead at 1800 Main Street, and I have been here before on a similar same topic, kind of a one-trick pony, and I say it probably going to have a second trick coming up pretty soon, but I'm still on the first one. I emailed each of you this afternoon, late this afternoon. You may not have had an opportunity to see the email, so I'm going to take the liberty of reading it, for which I apologize, but you will see it. We received a mailer today advertising a live auction of seized assets from law violators with 300 lots and free admission. One of the lots mentioned a Neiman Marcus Neiman collection. We are flabbergasted and outraged. After all the violation of neighborhood and the time spent in front of the City Council, assuring the Council and the citizens of their desire to be good neighbors, the hotel is now staging an auction at the hotel. On July 3rd, in case you haven't seen the mailer yet, we wonder where the invitees will be parking. I'm assuming that although there's no apparent connection between operating a hotel and running an auction house, this will be claimed to be one of those number of special events the hotel is allowed, if indeed there is any cap on how many special events they can host. How much is that hotel project going to screw up the quality of life for the plain old residents? And what does that bode for the next one? It's very convenient that once a major project is approved, by the time the cancers are detected, the officials who approved it have moved on, leaving their successors to take the heat. Except, of course, the heat is deflected by, that wasn't me, it was those other guys. This is just a cautionary note and a complaint. I don't understand how they're doing it, but that's what's going on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure the planning director will take note.
Ready?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Anthony McKelly. I live at 25 Cornella Drive. I appealed the Behringer project a couple weeks ago, but I got a letter to read to you. The City Council's approved conditions of the approval of the Behringer project on June 13, 2017. These conditions of approval including Condition 4, which clearly states that the design review permit shall become effective 14 calendar days after approval, provided that the action is not appealed by the City Council or any other interested party within the 14-day period. I submitted an appeal of the design review permit, a reappeal, on June 20, 2017, within the 14-day period. The City Council should hear my timely appeal, which is based on new facts that clearly show the previous conclusion that this project would not increase production is inadequate. The City Planning Director has claimed that Condition 4 was included in error and that my appeal would not be heard for that reason. I have spoken with several attorneys that have informed me that even if the condition is included in error, it would require an action by the City Council to revise the permit and conditions of approval to remove Condition 4 because this condition was approved by the City Council. There is no provision in the conditions of approval that would allow for the conditions of approval to be amended by the city staff without City Council approval. Thus, the city has two options. Have the City Council hear my appeal that was submitted pursuant to the Condition 4 as set forth by the City Council hearing to reconsider revisiting this condition. The information I have is that I gave it all to you last week, or 2 weeks ago in the packet. The county has Behringer's production in gallons as 4,005,000 gallons. You approved 2 weeks ago 4,300,000 gallons, 4.3 million gallons. You gave them an increase of 295,000 gallons. Today I talked to a past president of Behringer's, and he admitted that they are overproduction, that also when he was president, they were to use no St. Helena water, but yet you're giving them 19 million gallons a day right now. Somebody needs to look into this. The attorney that I've been chatting with is filing a grievance or a request for documents from the TTB, which I told you has all the records from Behringer, and we're going to do it ourselves, and then I guess we'll see where that all goes. And I know a councilman is afraid that Behringer is going to sue you. According to a vice president of Behringer's, they're not going to sue you because they don't want their dirty laundry laundered, because if it is, those documents can be subpoenaed in court, and they have to produce them. We've asked them to produce them, the use permit, the water agreement. They agree nothing. They're overproduction. You gave them more tonnage last week, 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the city attorney wish to respond briefly on the appeal situation?
Yes, I've discussed this with the planning director, and indeed there was an error in the findings resolution adopted by the council, but that error doesn't create a new right of appeal, and if that argument were correct, there'd be an endless appeal opportunity. The city's code only allows one appeal to the city council. That's taken place. At this point, the only options are either a timely request for reconsideration by a council member who voted in the majority on the previous vote, or a lawsuit challenging the city council's decision. But there is no additional administrative appeal available under the city's code.
Okay, thank you.
May I just ask a question on that to follow up and clarify? So what is the procedure if it turns out that information that was relied on in the appeal process to make a decision turns out to be inconsistent or insufficient or contrary to what was stated? What is the process for addressing that? As you know, Director Hausch, I have asked for certain information, and I know it takes a lot of time to get that information on traffic counts, noise, baseline, water usage, and in particular wine production capacity, because it appears to me that there's inconsistent information, and I don't have facts going either way. What is the appropriate process to get that information considered in a timely fashion so that we can address the issues that have been raised tonight?
Well, I'm hearing several different issues. One is a potential violation of what they've been approved to produce. So that's a separate issue from the staff's perspective, from the Planning Commission and ultimately City Council's approval of the installation of additional equipment to allow production in keeping with their approved land use. So the design review was to allow a swap out of wine fermentation and storage tanks in keeping with the allowed wine production levels according to city records. I would welcome any additional information Mr. McKelly would like to share with city staff, identifying if Behringer is going beyond their allowed or approved uses, how that information would be looked at in the review of, or a secondary review of the design review approval. I can't comment on because they seem somewhat apples and oranges. One is a use element that staff was relying on a baseline of existing allowed previously permitted uses, whereas the design review decision and the appeal was based on essentially the design of the by right installation of additional wine tanks, not increasing the capacity.
Okay.
I guess the one point of clarification would be there may be some old additional use permits that followed the EIR back in 1974, and that there may be different information resulting from that, or different conditions of approval. And we don't have all that information, so we may have made a decision that doesn't have all the information. I'm concerned that our decision is final, and we don't have a way of going back and go, wait a minute, that may not have been accurate. Now we have this new use permit from 1980 or 1990 that shows something different. How do we address that?
So I understand the point that you're making. I will say staff did a full comprehensive analysis of all existing documentation, including use permits that were approved subsequently, and those did not identify based on the limited information I have in front of me, which is not all of the full record, and it wasn't my project. I didn't personally process it, but it's my understanding in discussing it with the project planner that there were no additional limitations placed on the winery production levels for Behringer beyond the numbers that were identified in the EIR for which the use permit is not present. However, you did request additional information on Thursday. I was out of the office Friday and Monday. I have had no time to look at that request or spend on providing that additional information. Staff will do that, and another element that staff is committed to doing is a full comprehensive review of all legislation regarding that property and their production levels and documentation of all approvals on that property and providing that to anyone who requests, including putting it on the website to allow full understanding of all past decisions on the property.
Should we reconsider that part of the appeal?
I don't have an answer for that right now. I don't really understand how the installation of wine tanks, the design of which was reviewed, would be affected by that, except or unless there is an additional production level limitation that was placed on the project. I don't believe that's the case. And obviously, that design review resolution does identify a baseline level, but it also references the justification for that baseline as being as a previously approved amount. If that previously approved amount is no longer valid, I would work with the city attorney's office as a way to amend or address that incorrect information. But I don't have a process, and I haven't researched the process to be able to provide you with a good answer of that today.
Okay, fair enough.
I can just elaborate a little bit more on that as well. Is the city always has enforcement options, and so there are potential. Implicit in your question, Councilmember Doring, is that there are possibly two enforcement proceedings that might be relevant. Depending on what facts are unearthed. One would be, and both give rise to the same process, and that is that under the zoning ordinance, entitlements are subject to revocation and modification if you find that there have been violations of entitlements, either the design review that you just approved or previous use permits. The city has the ability under the zoning ordinance either to initiate on an administrative level revocation or modification proceedings, or to initiate code enforcement. So it is not as if the city is without remedies if there have been violations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I still have 10 seconds.
No, you don't. You're only allowed,
My clock didn't run out.
you're only allowed.
I have 3 minutes to talk.
You're allowed to come to the podium once, and you left. You have no further time.
Okay.
Thank
The council gave them 295,000 gallons last meeting. They increased production, and you gave it to them.
Thank you.
May I speak on this issue for a moment?
Yeah.
So I guess the way I'm looking at it is, at least what I understand from the...
We can't get too far into this,
Okay,
obviously.
it's just going to take
I
me
hope you-
just a moment.
I didn't intend to go this far down the path, but I have, and I apologize, but I needed that clarification.
In the county, when somebody's coming in for an improvement on their project, that's when the questions are asked about compliance and making sure everybody's up to speed and doing the things the way they should be doing. That's where the discussion happens, and then once everything's copacetic, then an approval is given. It just seems like the opportunity to discuss where everybody's at is when they're coming in, and that's where we have a negotiation together and do this as a partnership. That's sort of my feeling.
Okay. Any further public comment with respect to public forum? Then I'll close the public forum, and we'll move to reports by staff and city council. Let me begin with Mr. Pennell. This is your last city council meeting, and we most appreciate your service to the city of St. Helena in the 6 months that we've had you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing else this evening except to express my gratitude and appreciation for being able to serve the city council and the residents of St. Helena. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mitz?
I would like to give the council and the public an update on the modified hardship agreement that the city council adopted last meeting. To date, we have had 4 businesses come in and complete the modified hardship agreement. Our estimates right now are that it's going to cost the general fund a little over $28,000, that we still have applications are available to submit. It has to be done by Friday, by June 30th, so that is the date that we had. So please make sure if you do want to apply for the modified hardship, this is for any food, restaurant, and then also laundry within the city of St. Helena that receives sewer service, that annual gross income is under $1.5 million per year. So please come by to the city and fill out a hardship agreement if you so desire. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Black? Mr. Housh?
Nothing this evening.
Ms. Smithies?
Nothing this evening.
Ms. Burkowski?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a couple announcements this evening from Recreation. The 4th of July fireworks are next week, so I'm inviting everyone to come out and join us in Crane Park and watch the skies light up in celebration of our nation's independence. Fireworks begin at darkness, or about 9 or 9:15, and public viewing is going to be on the west ball field. As a reminder, Crane Park, including the skate park, the bocce courts, the tennis courts, and the play areas, will be closed to the public from July 3rd to July 5th, and the tennis courts through July 6th for cleaning. So encourage everyone to bring a blanket, a snack, and family games for an evening of fun before the big event. Street parking only, so come early. Flyers on the back table, or go to cityofsthelena.org/fireworks. Secondly, last Saturday was a volunteer day done in partnership with the school district to help revive Carpy Field. This was a self-led initiative by the men's softball teams, and we had volunteers from the Crushers, the Oilers, and the Oddfellows. I'd like to give a special thank you to Central Valley Builders, who donated the tractor, Brian Arden Wines, and Anonymous, who donated 3 tons of infield mix, Christopher Hill, who donated a sod cutter, and the Oddfellows, who provided us with lunch. It was a great day to make a difference and a great example of a successful partnership where we can achieve more by working together than working alone. And finally, if you're looking for fun ways to entertain your kids, your tweens, and your teens this summer, check out the recreation section of the city's website for fun camps and excursions.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Ms. Crichton?
Good evening. I know you have a big night tonight. So I just wanted to let you all know that we've had 400 kids sign up for the summer reading program at the library. So we're very proud of that. And this Thursday, we will have another outdoor concert. It'll be a tour of the Caribbean with drums and dance. So I hope to see a lot of you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Goverstein? Mr. Ellsworth?
A question come up a number of times this week on when we'll vote on the ad hoc recommendations, and I'm wondering where I would go to get that information.
Well, let me turn to Ms. Mitz.
I'll apologize. That was a staff update I forgot to update everybody on. My apologies. All the recommendations City Council made, I had turned them over to Catherine Hansford as well as Ken Deeker. They are working on them currently, and they do feel like they could potentially have it ready for council review, the preliminary, at the August 8th council meeting.
Thank you.
Are they going to give us more than one scenario, like several different modelings?
Yes, to be able to back into the deadline that we need for Prop 218. The initial is that they would come to you on August 8th with a couple different options. The following meeting in August, which I believe is August 22nd, is when council would make the final determination and also authorize proceeding with Prop 218. That would put us in plenty of time if there is a change in the rates, either up or down or a little bit of both, to be able to comply with the request from City Council to have the rates changed before the November timeline.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Doring?
Thank you. I take a lot of newspapers, including the Calistoga Tribune, where I have my law office, and I came across a reprinting of an article that I would like to indulge you to read just for a second, because I think it's kind of relevant to us oldies in the room. This is from a junior high school commencement speech by a 13-year-old young man named Drew Martin from Calistoga. And I just was really touched by this. And it's at his tender age of 13. Imagine your grandchildren or one of your own children giving this kind of a speech in junior high school. It's entitled Reflections. Students, faculty, parents, graduates, I'm here today to share something I've learned from my 2 years here in school so far. I didn't want to write a puff piece about how great everything is, because not everything is great, but it's not all bad either. I started looking at the people I go to school with a little deeper, in the sense of how they act and interact. with all the students from my friends to my I'm not close to you yet, I noticed two things. First, we all just want to feel accepted. And second, we are all beneficially diverse. We go through life trying to find our place. We make friends based on interests and how they treat us. We make friends because we want to feel like we belong. We want to feel accepted. Acceptance can make people do some pretty stupid things. We are so mean and harsh to each other sometimes, and I get that's probably just being typical teenagers, but sometimes it's not the real us being mean, but rather the side that will do whatever it takes to feel like they belong. Finding actual acceptance is tough because it only comes from actual friends, but when you and your friends have that deep enough bond where no matter what you tell them, they're still always there for you, you know you have real friends, and real friends can give you the acceptance you long for. The second thing I've learned through this year is that diversity is a beautiful thing. We all have passions, whether it's from anything from sports to singing and everything in between. We are a class built on diversity. We're not all sports enthusiasts, artists, or popular. We have a balance of talents, cultures, and traits that make us all different and yet brings us together to make the amazing group I'm proud to call my class. Sure, we butt heads over ideas and values sometimes, but that's why diversity is so important. We all have different ideas, which we can use to broaden our views of the world. We are all not taught the same thing, because if we all believe the same thing, who would be there to stand for those who have their rights stolen by society? So that's what I've learned this year. I'm diverse. We're a diverse class. We refuse to fall into the stereotype of what teens are and what they should value. I'm a face in the crowd where everybody, although completely different, marches to the same beat. To the class of 2021, our differences bring us together, and we are going to be together for the next 4 years. So let's enjoy it. Students, faculty, parents, graduates, keep being diverse, and thank you for your time.
Very nice.
It's good.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I have an announcement. It's not quite as eloquent.
Sorry for the time.
The NVTA has been working on doing an automated dispatch service to help supplement or actually replace the phone-in dispatch and asking for our shuttle to come to wherever the location is. And this Sunday, our 2 shuttles will be out of service, but then we're getting a couple of replacement for this Sunday, but they won't look exactly the same as what we've got. They're not going to have the phone number on the side, but they're still going to be usable, and you would call the regular number. And by the end of July, we should have an app that's available to download onto your phone, or you can still call into the dispatch service. But it'll be like an Uber app to where you can see where the shuttle is, and when you put in a destination and where your location is, then the driver will be able to see and accept that ride and give notice of when he will be at your location. So it's a bit of an improvement over, can you wait for, or leave your phone number and we'll never get back to you. So hopefully by August we'll have a much better shuttle service. So.
Oh, very good. All right. As for me, my only announcement is that, as previously agreed, we'll have one city council meeting in July. That's the second Tuesday in July, but we will not be having a city council meeting on July 27th.
I don't think we discussed that.
Yeah, we discussed that some time back.
I think you proposed it, and we said we would figure it out when we got to July.
I thought we'd agreed
I thought
to
we
it.
voted on it.
Ms. Black, do you have a view on this?
I could go back and rewatch the tape, but it was my understanding that it was canceled.
I felt
I-
unresolved about it. I wasn't sure either, so.
I'll go back and then I'll email council.
Okay, very good. All right, then we have a special report by the Chair of the Planning Commissioner, Grace Kistner.
Does a 3-minute rule apply to me, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you, Paul. Usually everybody tells me to quiet down. The Planning Commission has just completed a busy year, and during one of our meetings in May, the Commissioners established, along with the Planning Director, a list of priorities for the coming year. They're in no order except the first one. And the first one, to us, is the prime priority for anything that goes on in the city this year, and that's to complete the general plan and the EIR. The rest of these are in no particular priority. Once the general plan has been approved, we would like to proceed with a comprehensive zoning code update, which would include a review of all zoning districts, with emphasis placed on the analysis of the compatibility of existing regulations with the current environment, and the use of new or modified regulations to better achieve the general plan. Recommendations of revised or newly professed district language in the general plan and implementing regulations in the zoning ordinance would be a result of this process. Number B, a review of our current FAR regulations and whether FAR is the best way to determine the size of a residence in St. Helena. Included in this would be also a review of the credits that are currently in effect for ADUs, covered parking, non-habitable accessory buildings and basements, balconies, porches, and decks. Categorization of the distinct functions and use accessories to wineries, event centers, production facilities, tasting rooms, for example, as appropriate or not to each land district in which the wineries are allowed as a permitted or a conditional use permit. And establishment of development incentives for new visitor-serving businesses to develop affordable and workforce housing, either through construction of housing, which would be preferred, or payment of an appropriate in-lieu fee to develop housing. We would also request a CEQA study session, particularly with a new commission going to be seated sometime next month. We would like to review the basic regulations, exemptions, and the CEQA process. We would propose to review a demolition permit procedures and whether there should be restrictions on the numbers allowed. We need to create and implement comprehensive guidelines for design review. We want to create a pre-development conference procedure for applicants to present conceptual plans to the Commission prior to full application and receive non-bounding input and direction. In addition, it is very important to create a procedure to establish a baseline for businesses that do not have use permits or where the city cannot find the permits. We've had 3 instances of these lost permits recently, and this has caused a great deal of anguish, not only for the staff, but the Commission, the applicant, and the residents as well. We would like to establish procedure for how the city determines and enforces use permit violations. A review should be conducted of the noise and sign ordinance. Once the revised ordinances are put in place, a procedure should be put in place to enforce them. Determine what the policy for the gross management system is. How does it apply to non-affordable, multifamily developments, for example? What is the policy for carryover and or reservation of permits based on entitlements? We would like to update the daycare zoning regulations to be consistent with state laws and any other zoning regulations which a city is not in compliance with state law. We would like to establish a food truck ordinance. Lastly, I would request that we have a joint study session with the City Council to discuss both the City Council and the Planning Commission priorities. It would be very helpful to the Planning Commission if we knew the council's priorities and the order in which they should be assigned to staff. I would also include in this joint statement that we establish a procedure to review the general plan in its EIR. I would anticipate that this current review will not be a line-for-line, word-for-word review. This general plan needs to be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Grace Kistner.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much.
It's not unambitious.
It does.
Yeah, just to chime in, staff does feel that the creation of design guidelines is one of the main issues that should be tackled. So while the commission didn't have a priority, staff does feel that that's important, given that it was a commitment from the 2015 housing element, which has been adopted, and the intent was to create some design criteria for by right uses. So staff does feel that's a very important element of the list of priorities, and staff would push for that one to be prioritized right after the general plan is adopted. In addition, staff does find that process could be undertaken while the comprehensive zoning code analysis is underway. Also internally, and would probably work out well to have both of those things occur in very short succession and maybe even concurrently, given that we can assign them to different staff.
Okay, good. All right, Mr. Demchuk, going to speak on update with respect to Parks and Recreation.
I'm a little taller than Grace is. I'm going to raise this up for you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is our annual review. I would call it more than kind of goal setting, but I joined the commission in July of 2015. That happened to coincide with the first year that the commission took on the fireworks. And it was a great success, and next week we will be celebrating our third annual fireworks sponsored by the city of St. Helena. I'd invite everybody to come out. As Tracy mentioned before, we hope to continue this annual tradition here in the city of St. Helena. We continue to provide premium viewing to our dedicated firefighters, their families, and city staff. We still do have 2 tennis courts available if anyone would like to rent them for the VIP section, so contact Tracy if you're interested. This fall will also mark the 3rd time the Parks and Rec Department has managed the Harvest Festival, which includes the very popular Pet Parade, the 10K Fun Run, the Kids Fun Zone, food and beverages provided by local nonprofits. In fact, this event is one of the largest fundraisers for some of these nonprofits every year. The event is attended by over 1,000 community members and visitors, and despite Mother Nature's attempt to dampen the festivities last year, the event was actually quite a success, and the turnout was considered one of the best. Both of these events could not happen without the direct involvement of the staff and the commissioners themselves. I would personally like to thank former Commissioner Kim Finney for her tireless efforts while on the commission to make both of these events a huge success, and to the former director Heidi and her staff, including Amalia and other city staff that stepped up during these community events to make them safe, fun, and organized. I would like to honor their efforts by continuing both of these events on an annual basis. Some of the other community services that the Parks and Rec Department have provided over the past year include the Bocce League, which, including the summer and fall leagues, has over 1,500 participants. The Adult Softball League, which has 6 teams and nearly 100 participants. The Youth Soccer Program, which has over 250 participants. The Summer Adventure Day Camp, which is going on right now, which averages over 40 campers a day. And summer camps, theater camps, dance camps, science camps, Lego camps, music camps, sports camps, including basketball, skateboarding, volleyball, and soccer. We also have T-ball. Even though we have Little League, the Parks and Rec does do the T-ball. There's also martial arts classes with over 50 participants, both adult and youth. And tennis at the Crane Park courts, which include, to date, this year alone, 9 USTA teams, which will be more of this fall, but both men and women participating. There's also several teams that compete in the Sonoma Marin Ladies League that has more than 1,000 players in that league. And right now is going on a very popular 8-week youth summer camp at the tennis courts. There's also recreational regular tennis players, and the commission, in conjunction with the rec department, has working to coordinate with the local tennis professionals to provide lessons and clinics. And lastly, the Teen Center, which serves a very important role for some of the community's most at-risk middle school age kids. Some of the accomplishments that the Commission itself has done over the last 12 months have included the following. We have developed an Adopt a Park program for each of our community parks with the anticipation that the program will be rolled out this next fiscal year. We conducted a comprehensive audit of all of our parks to identify those in most need of improvements and facilities, with several parks specifically identified for capital improvements projects for the next fiscal year. Including in that is the resurfacing of the tennis courts with what has been proposed as a combined financing from both the city, park impact fees, and the community. We've also started a coordinated effort to start communicating and working with other community organizations for the improvement of our parks. For example, working with the Tree Committee, the St. Helena Beautification Foundation, Friends of Lyman Park, and the St. Helena Tennis Association. As the council is aware, the Recreation Director resigned back in April, and I would like to personally thank Tracy Perkowski and the rest of the Recreation staff, which includes Amalia Kolziski, for keeping the department running in the interim. She and her limited staff have been great, despite being right at the height of summer camps, softball, 4th of July fireworks, and of course, bocce. Further, I was honored to be asked to participate in the interview panel for the Recreation Director, and was thoroughly impressed with all the applicants, and am very excited about the candidate that was eventually selected and would recommend that you ratify the City Manager's appointment. And lastly, personally, I hope the City Council will consider my reapplication for appointment to the Parks and Rec Commission so that I can work with the incoming Recreation Director on continuing these projects from implementation to eventual completion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd just like to ask, since both of these chair people obviously had their materials printed, if they could provide copies to us. There was a lot of information there. It would help us organize things, I think.
Okay, good. All right. Staff briefing, we have none. That takes us to a long list of consent items. And again, any member of the council, any member of the public can take them off consent. Just let me know. A number of these consent items are quite long to read, but there's also a requirement in state law with respect to some of them that they be completely read, so as I am reminded from time to time. So as much as I would like to race through them, that's not feasible.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request that you remove item 7.17 from consent regarding the ratification vote on the Recreation Director.
7.17, all right. And staff has already pulled 7.9, so I'm going to skip over that. So, 7.1, consideration and proposed approval of regular minutes of March 28, 2017, special meeting minutes of April 6, 2017, regular meeting minutes of April 11th, and regular meeting minutes of April 25, 2017. 7.2, second reading and proposed adoption of an ordinance with zoning text amendments to St. Helena Municipal Code Title 17 as required to establish consistency with recent amendments to California state law, California Government Code Section 65852.2, governing accessory dwelling units pursuant to the passage of AB 2299 and SP 1069.
I'd like to pull that, please.
7.3, consideration and proposed approval of a resolution authorizing a yes vote to reauthorize Napa County Service Area Number 4 to impose an assessment not to exceed $15 per planted vineyard acre per year for an additional 5-year period commencing fiscal year 2017-2018 through fiscal year 2021-2022 for the purpose of providing funding for farm worker housing in Napa County. 7.4, consideration proposed approval resolution authorizing the release of unclaimed checks per section 50,053 of the Government Code of the State of California, allowing for unclaimed checks held over 3 years to become the property of the local agency after notice if not claimed and if no verified complaint is filed and served. 7.4, resolution accepting bids and awarding contracts to the lowest responsible bidders for furnishing chemicals for water and wastewater treatment for fiscal year 2017-2018. 7.6, resolution approving extension of license agreement number 17WBR0007 between the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Office of Atmospheric Research in the City of St. Helena for the continued placement of a precipitation radar and gauge at the Lewis Strala Water Treatment Plant. 7.7, adopt a resolution approving the draft American with Disabilities Act Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan as final. 7.8, consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the Memorandum of Understanding between the Napa Valley Transportation Authority and the City of St. Helena for fixed route and on-demand shuttle service through the St. Helena Vine Shuttle. 7.10, approve a professional service agreement in the amount of $423,640 with GEI for design, engineering, environmental review, and permitting of the Bell Canyon Reservoir Intake Tower rehabilitation. 7.11.
Mayor, I'm approaching the microphone to ask you to pull 7.11 for discussion.
All right.
Thank you. Chris Malin.
7.11 is pulled. I won't read the title. We'll go back to it.
10 or 11?
7.11.
11.
Yeah. Thank you. 7.12, consideration of proposed approval of resolution authorizing approving publicly available pay schedules in accordance with the requirement of California Code of Regulations Title II, Section 570.5, which includes amended pay schedule for fiscal year 2017-2018 to include A, Utilities Operations Manager position, B, amend working titles for the Public Works Maintenance Manager, Public Works Project Manager, and Water Conservation Coordinator on the salary schedule to include Management Analyst and Senior Management Analyst pay scales, Public Works Superintendent position, and approval of Public Works Superintendent job description, firefighter hourly rate increase of 3%. 7.13, consideration of proposed approval of resolution approving a third amendment to unrepresented compensation program, which includes the following: extending the term of the program to end on December 31st, 2017, adding approved utilities operation manager, adding Exhibit 3, duly approved and adopted compensation schedule approved on June 27, 2017, and administrative cleanup amendments. 7.14, consideration of proposed approval of a resolution authorizing appointment of a city manager and approval of an employment agreement between the City of St. Helena and Mark Prestwich, and in accordance with the newly enacted requirement of California Code Section 54953C3, the recommended final action for city manager beginning July 31st, 2017, provides for an annual base salary of $189,880 with the following benefits: vehicle allowance of $250 per period, deferred compensation city match of up to $200 per month, health benefits consistent with the benefits offered to other employees of the city, and will receive retirement benefits at a classic Tier 2 formula of 2% at 60, final compensation based on highest 12-month period. And I might add here that Mr. Prestwich is on vacation and couldn't be here tonight, otherwise we would welcome him. 7.15, consideration of proposed approval of resolution approving temporary appointment of Department Head Erica Smithies as interim city manager in accordance with the newly enacted requirement of California Code Section 54953C3. The recommended final action on salary increases related to Director Smithies' compensation is a 20% base salary increase adjustment to $175,885 for her additional capacity as interim city manager. 7.16, consideration of proposed approval of resolution authorizing a budget expense of $160,647 to the general fund, a budget expense increase of $80,827 to the water fund, a budget increase of $727 to the wastewater fund, a budget expense increase of $35,000 to the affordable housing fund, a budget revenue increase of $169,727 to the general fund, and a transfer of $47,725 from the general fund to the Fire Department Equipment Replacement Fund. 7.17 has been pulled. That's it. So at this point, with respect to 7.1, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.10, 7.12, 7.13, 7.14, 7.15, 7.16, the chair would entertain a motion to approve these items on consent. Wow.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Black.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Coperstein?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
Doring?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. Okay, that takes us back to 7.2. Ms. Coberstein, maybe you could begin there.
In reviewing our materials, I noticed a couple of discrepancies between what was attached to some of the documents and sent a letter or email to Noah, and perhaps he can address just a couple cleanup items that should be in the final ordinance that we're adopting tonight.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. Yes, there was a discrepancy between the language included in the ordinance itself and the attachment, which is intended to identify the changes. Councilmember Coberstein pointed out that the language in 17.116.030 basically hadn't been fully updated based on her comments at the last meeting. However, in the ordinance itself, that language has been updated and it eliminates the conflict between the two. Further, there is a section 17.116.030C, which is identifying that essentially accessory dwelling units are now ministerial. However, that language was incomplete. It didn't fully reference that they are ministerial in all situations. She correctly pointed that out, and staff can easily make that minor modification. And then there's further, there may be a section where one of the second units has not been replaced with accessory dwelling units in relationship to the FAR. Throughout the code, second units are mentioned. We meant to strike and replace with accessory dwelling units, and we may have missed one. So, Councilmember Coberstein pointed that out, and we will clarify and clean that up prior to final adoption. Should the council choose to adopt tonight, it's also at the council's direction to allow staff to make these revisions and bring it back for a second reading at a later date. However, staff does feel fully comfortable with the comments made by Councilmember Coberstein, and we are able to address them and clarify the intent of the ordinance.
I guess I'm not clear at this point. Does that mean it needs to? Does that mean it needs to be worked on a little bit and then come back for a second reading, or can we adopt the second reading and these clarifications can be made administratively if we adopt the second reading?
If you'd like to, if the council would like to adopt tonight as amended based on the information just provided, that's fine. Okay. And staff is also able to bring back those minor revisions for the council to review personally.
Okay.
Maybe I can just clarify a couple of things. The inconsistency was with that height limit of 15 feet. And some of our materials said it only applied to detached units, but the intent was it could also apply to an attached unit. So that was to be clarified. The ministerial rules, as they were drafted, they didn't appear to apply to an addition to a house or to a garage. So that was that clarification, which is also, I think, what the state law requires. And then the FAR exemption is the 400 square foot exemption that in our ordinance applies to second units, and it's just a cleanup. It should now apply to ADUs.
Okay.
It's my view that all of those changes, I did review those, I reviewed the email in advance of the meeting, all of those changes are non-substantive and appropriately deemed to be clerical, so the council can proceed with those this evening on second reading.
All right. Is there any public comment? No public comment. My suggestion would be to entertain a motion that we approve the second reading with the clerical changes.
Second.
Ms. Black?
Just for a point of clarification, you are adopting this by title only and waiving further reading?
Yes.
As amended.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coberstein?
Yes.
Doring?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. Okay. That takes us to 7.11. And the staff person on this one is Ms. Smithies. 7.11.
We asked to pull 7.9.
No, that's pulled, but we'll go on a calendar down the road.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's
Okay.
pulled from consideration this evening.
I gotcha.
I wasn't clear.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think the next one that was pulled was 7.11. Okay.
I do have Tobias Barr, the Public Works Manager, project manager on this, that did write the staff report. But I would like to know, this is a standard contract with Aqua Sierra that we've selected. I would like to know what the issues are that.
All right. Could the person that requested it be pulled come to the podium?
I would have liked the benefit of hearing the public. Here's the podium. I would like to hear, I would like to benefit from the discussion that your public works person is going to have with the public and then come up for my public comment? Or do you want, will I speak now in addition to public
If you
comment?
could just identify the issue that is on your mind so that.
Yes, the issue on my mind is, again, the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board cease and desist order on the St. Helena's Wastewater Treatment Plant being out of compliance on updating the plant to advanced secondary treatment and upgrades that they had mentioned in the cease and desist order to prevent further pollution to the Napa River. And since this says maintenance, I wanted to know if there's a plan for averting another illicit discharge to the Napa River that might be embedded in 711.
All right.
I can respond to that. The intent of this was to our automation controls. Some of them are very antiquated, and as we had a breakdown last week, in fact, and our controls for one of our pumps and our contact control, chlorine contact control chamber didn't correspond to another system breakdown. Nothing got discharged. Everything was treated water that went from pond 4 to pond 5, but this contract with Aqua Sierra would help prevent those things in the future because our systems have been not maintained where they need to be. I had to sign a purchase order today to order a new pump because one of the pumps for over 15 years old, need to replace. The other one we're going to rebuild. This is a yearly maintenance contract. We're already using portion of our budget for 17-18 with the order that I signed today that will be going to finance to bring the Aqua Sierra on for the emergency calls. We are working on the feasibility study and getting out of our cease and desist order. That came to council last week, or 2 weeks ago, excuse me. And this is just trying to keep us in compliance and keeping us out of violations in the future. So I hope that answers your question.
Do you have any further public comment at this point?
Because this is a serious environmental issue, and it means a lot to the health of the Napa River, the San Francisco Bay, and ultimately the ocean. Is there any way that you could provide the public with regular updates on your website as to your plans for not having any illicit discharges to the Napa River from the St. Helena Wastewater Treatment Plant come rainy season? It would be nice to see that we're not going to enter into another illicit discharge incident.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely, we're always striving to overcome some of those obstacles. There's some things that are out of control, like our byproduct from our absorbic acid from our treatment. I think many agencies had issues this year with the major amount of rainfall. But having this kind of contractor on board, along with our Larry Walker and Associate, helps us with regulatory compliance, and our current consultant, GHD, in conjunction with Larry Walker and Associates, to bring us up into the compliance. One of the items we brought to council tonight was having our chemical treatments in advance, as well as our budget that we recently approved, or the council approved 2 weeks ago. We have the absorbic acid in hand now, instead of by the fly of having a big storm season and having to come to council after the fact. We're being proactive this year. We finally have the rate studies that passed that are getting us on the forefront and ahead of this. Hopefully, no one can plan for a 100-year event or rainstorm events, but we can do what we can to try to prepare and prevent these kind of things in the future.
Mayor, may I make one comment and request? I intended to do this at my speaking time, but I got sidetracked. So I think it would be prudent, given that we're under a cease and desist order and we have urgent timelines facing us, just for an informational purpose for the public and for us to have maybe a monthly short report as to where we are with the state, where we are with our feasibility study, just something to kind of keep us on track here at council. I think it is of such an importance that council should be updated fairly regularly, maybe once a month, and I would request that if council would agree.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Not a problem.
Okay, good.
I've got a comment, too.
All right, yes.
I'm learning more about this as things go, and I have complete confidence in our staff to get us to a point of having an exemplary system. But there has been a, neglect over the years, or the inability to get the funding, or whatever the reasons are, and we're going to get up to speed and get everything where it needs to be. But I think everybody needs to be aware of what happens if we don't. And we're not the only place in the country that has this problem. I spoke with somebody today who said wastewater treatment plants are one of the largest polluters of rivers. It's just that's one of the things. And so trying to get to a better place is what we should all be trying to do. But the problem is, if this discharge gets into the river, the nutrient load from it affects the plant life all up and down the river, and then the aquatic life, and it basically changes the chemistry of the water, which goes from the river to the bay to the ocean. So when you hear about algae blooms in the San Francisco Bay or in the ocean, we have these inlets coming down from Sonoma County, Napa County. They're all contributing. And so the more we can all update our facilities, and I honestly believe we can have a stellar, world-class system here as we go, and I have confidence that our staff can do it. But that's what we should be aiming for, because if we don't, and that stuff gets in the water, it gets in the tide, and so it gets out there and it just goes out and comes back, and out and comes back. And so we've got to clean up the system. Not just us, but everybody from Calistoga down to Vallejo has to focus on what we can do to bring the river back to its full health, because this stuff can get into the agricultural groundwater. It can get anywhere. So we need to do this and do it together, and we'll get there. But if we don't, there's serious environmental impacts.
All right, any further discussion? Then the chair would entertain a motion to approve 7.11.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Black?
Councilmember Doring?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
Coverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. 7.17, the city manager pulled that, and then the further question I have is whether at some point we need to read the full language.
I think it would be timely if you could read that right now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. This is a requirement, I think, of state law again. Consideration of proposed approval of a resolution approving an employment agreement with Andre Pitchley and ratifying the city manager's appointment to serve as the recreation director in accordance with the newly enacted requirement of California Code Section 54953C3, the recommended final action for recreation director beginning July 26, 2017, provides for an annual base salary of $125,572 with the following benefits: vehicle allowance of $200 per pay period, deferred compensation city match of up to $200 per month, health benefits consistent with the benefits offered to other employees of the city, and will receive retirement benefits at a classic Tier 2 formula of 2% at 60, final compensation based on highest 12-month period. Let me turn it back to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I ask that this item be removed from the consent calendar this evening because Mr. Pitchley is in attendance this evening. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Andre Pitchley, my recommended candidate for the position of Recreation Director. Andre brings to the city 27 years of California experience managing recreation departments and park and recreation departments. And as the chair of the Park and Recreation Commission alluded to, Mr. Pitchley was the unanimous choice of the oral interview panel. I was equally impressed with Mr. Pitchley's background and experience and demeanor when I interviewed him for this position. This is Andrew Pitchley. Would you like to say a few words, Andrew?
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the mayor for pronouncing my name correctly. That's always important.
Got there.
No, I just really appreciate the opportunity, meeting with the interview panel, including Matthew from the Parks and Recreation Commission. Just felt really good about the sort of skill set that I have and what the city of St. Helena needs. So I'm really excited about the opportunity and being able to have a positive impact on the quality of life for the community. Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
may be the last time you wear a tie here, so be prepared.
I'll take it off now.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Andre's proposed start date is July the 26th, and I, too, would like to take this opportunity to thank Tracy for stepping up to the plate and so ably fulfilling the shoes vacated by Heidi some months ago. And Tracy did a great job and deserves our appreciation. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd request that you ratify my selection of Mr. Pitchley as Recreation Director.
All right.
So moved.
No public comment, I assume?
No.
All right.
Sorry.
Second.
So moved.
Ms. Black?
Councilmember Doring?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Coverstein?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. Okay, that takes us to our first public hearing, and that's establishing an appropriation limit for fiscal 27-2018 and the selection of current year adjustment factors. Ms. Mitz?
Mayor Galbraith, council members. This is an administrative item. So back in 1979, state law does require that the city set an appropriation limit after adoption of the annual budget. So it is an annual housekeeping item. This appropriation limit is also known as the GAN limit. And what it does place limits on the growth of expenditures for an organization, for a governmental organization. And it is specific to the types of taxes. So and it's based on growth limits every year. So what we do is every year we receive a report from the county that gives us our specific growth. We take that along with our adopted budget to come up with the appropriation limit. So basically it's saying we can't spend more than this amount of money per year based on these taxes. The appropriation limit for fiscal year 17-18 is $45,720,764. This amount is $34,131,260, or almost 75% under the appropriation limit. So we are well under the appropriation limit. So the following is the report and the breakdown, and those reports actually do go to our auditors, and our auditor does audit the appropriation limits that we've set to verify that we have actually put the correct information in there. So this is an adoption of the GAN limit.
All right. Any initial council comment, any public comment with respect to it? All right. Any further council discussion? Then the chair would accept a motion adopting the staffed recommendation.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Black?
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Ellsworth?
Yes.
Coverstein?
Yes.
Doring?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes. Okay, that takes us to new business. The first item of new business is consideration of proposed approval of a resolution appointing applicants to various boards, commissions, and committees. And I propose to start with the Planning Commission. We have 10 applicants, and in no particular order here. Jason Driscoll, Lester Hardy, Joshua Park, Michael Chiswick, Tony Leardini, Bobby Manette, Douglas Keller, John Anderson, Elaine DeMay, John Ponte, and I'd certainly like to thank all applicants for their submissions. We can only choose 3. So is there any initial council discussion before I ask any applicant who wishes to speak to his or her application to speak?
Just a couple of just brief comments. So as a council member, I would think what I'm looking for as a council member before you make your nominations is sort of continuity of leadership at the Planning Commission level, a sense of competency based on experience over time in various either experience at the city level, in the committee level, and sort of a diversity of opinion and a diversity of background. So those are the important things for me. I do think it's important to have that continuity, and I worry we have a lot of new applicants here, so I want to make sure that we understand the necessity of that in going forward. So, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Doring. There's a lot on the Planning Commission's agenda, some big items. Putting 3 new people on the Planning Commission, I think, is not advisable. I would like to see Bobby Manette continue as a member of the Commission. I think continuity is essential, especially having a knowledge of what's been discussed by the Planning Commission with regard to the general plan. And those of us who know Bobby know that she attends a lot of meetings and does her homework. And you might not always agree with her opinion, but I think it's essential for her to be there. I also think that we have the opportunity to appoint an applicant who has particular expertise in planning and transportation planning, and that is John Pont. And with the types of applications that we have seen coming to the Planning Commission, I think we'd be remiss if we passed up the opportunity to appoint John to the Planning Commission. So I hate to get in the position where I have to vote no against people, and so I just want to more or less lay my cards on the table. Those will be 2 of my yes votes.
All right. Now, does any further initial council comment? Okay. Does anybody wish to speak to his or her nomination? Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is John Anderson. I and my wife own Woodhouse Chocolate, and along with my family own Woodhouse Barbecue, 2 businesses in town. I have applied for this position before, so you all have spoken to me. I certainly don't fit any of the qualifications, evidently, that you're looking for, other than, having been in the Valley for 50 years and worked in St. Helena for the last 20 and gone through planning both here and at a county basis and a county position. Having done all of that and hopefully run 2 successful businesses, raised 2 children here, done all of the things that a constituent is supposed to do in their city and in their county. I like to think that I can bring something to the Planning Commission that we hope is always there, but that I know that I can bring. If you're looking for diversity, yes, I have an MBA, but I also have a degree in art history. And so it's terribly important to me that this remain the beautiful community that, again, I raised my children in and continue to live in. But one of the ways that we make sure that we can do that is that we run a vibrant community, and one that will be bound to the general plan that will be approved, we hope. And I'm not criticizing that in any way, shape, or form. I think the general plan is a good idea and well put forward. But I think we also need to look at businesses moving forward, citizens moving forward, housing moving forward. Unfortunately, I see open spaces on Main Street. I see frustration of people trying to get their plans past the Planning Commission, and I think this is something I can help with. So I do hope that you will consider me seriously, and I thank you for your time.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further? No clapping, please. Mr. Keller?
I don't know, follow that. Very good. My name is Douglas Keller. As my prior colleague right here said, he's been here before too, so have I. So some of this is redundant. I am fourth generation St. Helena. Grew up here, went all through schools here. My family has been here and still is here. So I know St. Helena. After high school, I went to UOP, got a degree in business management and in accounting, then went on to Bolt Hall Law School. And from there I went to San Francisco and Walnut Creek, but mostly San Francisco, working with the insurance commissioner. Started out as bottom attorney, rose to be assistant general counsel, supervising 45 attorneys. That got to be too much supervision, so I gave up. I also think I can bring a lot to St. Helena. Even though I've been gone for several years, my family was here. So I kept coming back to take care of both of my aging parents. And then we had a second home here for 7 years, and now have moved here full time. But I have kept up on the internal politics of St. Helena, and especially what old St. Helena used to be like. And I think I can bring a lot to that. And what we have to think about is progress, but not progress to the detriment of maintaining our neighborhoods and the downtown core. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Any
Thank
further
you.
applicant wish to speak?
Mayor Galbraith, members of council, Lester Hardy. I think in one capacity or another, most of you know me fairly well, so I'm hoping that I wouldn't be any sort of surprise to you. But I do want to say, I've been actively involved in local land use policy making and debate in a variety of roles as a citizen, as a city council member, and as an advocate now for very close to 30 years. And I think that one of the things that you've probably seen, those of you at least who had the opportunity to observe my participation in the Utility Rate Ad Hoc Committee, that one of the things I value most is a thoughtful, deliberative process. I'm really, in general, much more concerned about the quality of the discussion than I am about whether or not anyone else agrees with me. I don't think my personal opinion is necessarily the most important thing. And I would bring not just my city council experience, but also, as a practical matter, a fair amount of institutional knowledge to the process. So I hope those are qualities that you like. I'd be delighted if I'm given the opportunity to serve. I'll certainly be busy if I'm not. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. John Pont, 2690 Pino Way. I'll make this brief because it looks like you got a real long agenda tonight. I am a professional planner. I spent 20 years doing mostly transportation planning on a regional and countywide basis. That may not sound like one does land use planning to do transportation planning, but I'm afraid land use drives the transportation. You cannot be a good transportation planner unless you understand, appreciate, and can talk land use. So I've been here in the city for 20 years. My wife is the retired city manager. So I've sort of stayed out of public roles for a while now. Since Bonnie's been retired now long enough, and I've been retired long enough, I want to dip my oar in the water, and I would be more than pleased to serve as a planning commissioner. And I recognize that a planning commission is responsive to the city council and represents that city council. Ergo, whatever you guys say goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Bobby Monette, and I first want to thank the council for allowing me to stay on the Planning Commission for the last 4 years. And I want to thank, I'm thankful for the supportive comments that were made tonight. Thank you for that. I reapplied for another term because there is some unfinished business for me. I feel like I'm just getting my C legs after, C as in commission legs, after 4 years, and some of the issues that I've been working on from 4 years in the Planning Commission and probably 4 years before then as an active member of the community are, the completion of the general plan and the EIR, the rezoning project, the Hunter project, the noise ordinance, design standards, and that sort of thing, and being able to review them. I still have, it's one leg is still there. And I think I can bring some history and continuity to the commission since there are so many new appointees. So I like to write haikus, so I thought I would end with just a short haiku. It crosses my mind, if I am disappointed, I surely will be. On the other hand, if I am reappointed, more Tuesday night shifts.
Very good. All right. Any further applicant? Anybody else wish to speak? Then let me close the public hearing with respect to the nominations. Falls upon the mayor to make the nominations, and it's not an easy process. I've thought long and hard about what I would like to see on the Planning Commission. And there's one person here who is not in town this evening, unfortunately, couldn't speak to us, but who is a true design professional, and I find it very important to a planning commission that we have a excellent design professional who also knows our codes very well. And so my first nomination is Joshua Park, and I hope he will bring a second.
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion with respect to Mr. Park? Ms. Black?
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Doring?
No.
Ellsworth?
No.
Coberstein?
No.
Wow.
Okay. I have thought that it's important to have a member of the downtown business community on the Planning Commission. Mr. Anderson has applied before, and I think maybe twice before. This may be the third time. And I think it would be very helpful to have Mr. Anderson on the Planning Commission, and if not him, Mr. Leardini. He also is a downtown merchant. Either one would be fine with me. But given that Mr. Anderson has now applied for the third time and shown very strong interest, I would nominate Mr. Anderson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Doring?
No.
Ellsworth?
No.
Coberstein?
No.
All right. My next nomination would be Mr. Leonardini, again for the same reason. Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes.
Doring?
No.
Ellsworth?
No.
Coberstein?
No.
Well, I'm not doing very well so far.
Wow.
Try some different names.
I think it's very important that we have an attorney on the Planning Commission. Sarah Parker retired, and she was an attorney, and so my nomination is Lester Hardy. He also brings, obviously, very substantial experience
Second.
To the commission.
Second.
Ms.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Councilmember Doring.
Yes.
Ellsworth.
Yes.
Koberstein.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
All right. My next nominee, who has significant experience in city government, he's been chair of the Active Transportation and Sustainability Committee, would be Michael Chiswick. Is there a second to Mr. Chiswick?
Yeah. Second.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor White.
Yes.
Councilmember Doring.
No.
Ellsworth.
No.
Koberstein.
No.
All right. My next nomination, he spoke here tonight and has substantial background in planning, would be John Ponte. Is there a second?
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Councilmember Doring.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Ellsworth.
Yes.
Koberstein.
Yes.
All right. And given the conversation from members of the committee, my last choice is Bobby Manette. I will nominate her. My concern here is that Ms. Manette exercises her First Amendment right, and I bless her for it at city council meetings. My concern is that some of those issues come back to the Planning Commission afterwards, and we need to be very careful here with respect to our perceptions of impartiality. But given the position of other members of the council, I will nominate Ms. Manette.
Second.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Councilmember Koberstein.
Yes.
Ellsworth.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
White.
No.
All right. So we have a new Planning Commission. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you to all the applicants.
Thank you very much. All right. That takes me to Let's deal with the Library Board of Trustees next. We have 4 applications: Lynn Weber, Terry Wood, David Slabby, and Susan Calkin. Lynn Weber and Terry Wood are currently serving on the board. I'm the liaison to that board, and my inclination is to reappoint them. I'd like to hear from the council as between Mr. Slabby and Ms. Calkin. They both seem like excellent candidates to me. But let me see whether does any applicant wish to speak in favor of his or her nomination to the library board? All right. The chair would nominate. Well, first of all, does any member of the council have a strong preference as between Mr. Slabby and Ms. Calkin?
I defer to you. You're much closer to this.
All right. Well, let me nominate Ms. Weber first. Is there a second?
Second. Oh,
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think Jeff beat me.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Councilmember Ellsworth.
Yes.
Koberstein.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Next nomination would be Terry Wood.
Second.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Councilmember Koberstein.
Yes.
Ellsworth.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
And my third nomination, and this is very close. They're both excellent candidates, but I'm put in the position of making a choice. I would nominate David Slabby.
Second.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Councilmember Doring.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Ellsworth.
Yes.
Koberstein.
Yes.
All right. With respect to Parks and Recreation, we have 2 nominees for 2 positionings, Paul Cass and Matt Demchuk. Matt spoke to his renomination, and it's with great pride that I renominate him for sure. I think Paul Cass will be an excellent addition as well, so I would nominate both Paul Cass and Matthew Demchuk for the 2 positions.
Second.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor White.
Yes.
Councilmember Doring.
Yes.
Ellsworth.
Yes.
Koberstein.
Yes.
This then brings us to The tree committee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, am I missing one?
Active transportation.
Active transportation.
We have one applicant.
Why am I missing that here?
We have Mr. Jeff Farmer that applied.
Yeah, I
Good
certainly
acquisition.
nominate Mr. Farmer.
The only applicant.
Well, I know him well, and he's very well qualified, too. I'm delighted he applied.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor White.
Yes.
Councilmember Doring.
Second. Excuse me. Fine. Yes.
Councilmember Ellsworth.
Yes.
Coverstein.
Yes.
All right, then that takes me to the tree committee, where we have no applicants, and the tree committee is not able to form a quorum, and the question is what should be the future of the tree committee with no applicants and an inability to form a quorum. And to me, the most logical answer, but let me talk to Ms. Smithies about it, is to merge it into the Active Transportation and Sustainability Committee. Does that work?
I was talking with Ms. Black earlier. I don't know if that's adding too much. I think we've already combined two committees into one already a year ago, and then we're adding a third one. I don't know if we need to revise the bylaws. The ordinance is kind of conflicting on statements. I kind of was just delving into the municipal code and the requirements of the tree committee, and then I read the bylaws of 2002, and they're having to meet twice a month. And I don't know if that's what they're doing now, but it seems like it's very. They're a very active tree committee when there's a quorum, but maybe it's too burdensome and cumbersome that maybe some of the requirements of going to the tree committee monthly, when some of the items can be delegated at the director level, which I think it was in some parts of the Muni Code, and other parts say everything has to go to, unless it's in their backyard, everything has to go to committee for authorization, even though in the next sentence it says the director has authority to remove trees in the public right-of-way. I don't know if we need to clean that up and possibly try to go back out for tree committee. I see our city attorney.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are getting beyond what we've agendized for the council to discuss this evening. Perhaps the council could just give staff some direction to come back at a future meeting with some proposals for the council to consider. But this issue of what the future of the tree committee could be isn't, unfortunately, on tonight's agenda.
Fair enough.
372, it says here, council may want to consider alternatives for the tree committee due to consisting not having adequate applicants, and there's a little bit more language there. I thought it gave us a little bit of...
But that's the staff report. That's not the agenda.
Oh, you're... Okay. It's
The,
not
the actual agenda posted for the public.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we probably need to have the staff then come back to us with some recommendations. I guess I'll leave it there. If there's anything that's pressing before the tree committee, I assume that there's some mechanism to bring it to the city council and put it on our agenda so we can deal with any pressing matter in the absence of a tree committee that can form a quorum. But
as I read the municipal code, the tree committee formed as a part to appeal any decision made by the director. So if you want to delegate that or make that the ruling, and then if they need to appeal, they come to council. Unless there's a heritage tree involved, of course.
All right. Well, in any event, we'll have to have a substantive discussion with respect to that at our next meeting where it's properly agendized. So
That'd be great because our tree arborist will be back from vacation.
Okay, terrific. All right, thank you. Okay, then that takes care of the appointments. Next is report to the City Council of the Forensic Accountant Report by Nigro and Nigro.
Great. Can I just... There's a number of people here for 9.3. I'm wondering how long we think 9.2 is going to
I don't think it will take much time at all.
Good. Okay.
9.2 it's a receive and file report, so it should be fairly quick. So tonight, as everyone knows, we have a flood control project. About a year ago, a little over a year ago, we put out an RFP to hire a forensic accountant to actually do a comprehensive review of the flood control project. As many people know, some of the accounting records, we were not able to find them. So city staff, we did work pretty tirelessly, in particular Tracy Perkowski, worked very tirelessly getting together as much information as we could. Part of that was working with the various funding sources, Department of Water Resources, State Revolving Fund, as well as the county auditor controller. So we have been working closely with Tracy Schulze in our documentation. A lot of the funding sources were able to provide us with documentation that we didn't have. What we did is we've come up with a comprehensive flood control project spreadsheet. As many people know, the funds were all put into one particular fund instead of being designated in different funds as required. So that meant doing the accounting was very difficult. So what the city staff did is once we put together our flood control project spreadsheet, we did retain the services of Nigro and Nigro, and we have Jeff Nigro here today because he was the one working on the report, working with city staff. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff so he can present to City Council his findings as far as, and also his recommendations to the City Council and to the city. Again, it is a receive and file report. So I'd like to introduce Jeff.
All right, good. Mr. Nigro, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having me here. You're telling me all these people didn't come here to hear my report? All right. Well, as I promised, I'll keep it under 3 hours.
I think it's important, though, for people to hear it. I do. So
yes.
Yeah.
Well, April summarized it very well. So the report you have in front of you, I'm just going to hit on the major highlights of it and keep it brief. I know you have other business, but there's actually two separate reports here because one is really focused on present and one sort of looking at the past. So the first report, the easy one, the smaller one, is the one that looks at the present. And what we did there is we just did a comprehensive review of all of the procedures and processes and internal controls that are in place right now over these various areas, such as the accounting department, accounts payable, record retention, purchasing, contract management, grant management, cash management, and fraud prevention. And I'm not going to go through every area and list out all my findings. They're all in the report. But essentially what we found is a number of recommendations regarding just having written policies and procedures in place. And I think, we didn't find anything alarming in here. It was just a matter of having better documentation for procedures and controls to have in place. So as far as the present state of things, the situation going forward, there's some recommendations in here for some improvements, but nothing really concerning. And again, our focus was just at looking at those particular items and seeing what best practices could be implemented to upgrade that status. The larger report, the one that took a lot more time, is the look at the flood control projects and the spreadsheet that April talked about. And so that one is the way to look at that, if I can use an analogy, is like a giant jigsaw puzzle. And when you get to the end, you find you're missing several pieces, and that's essentially what happened with this. It's going back 15, 20 years, looking at records that may or may not be available. They were in storage boxes from years ago. Again, let me emphasize, April and Tracy spent numerous hours trying to gather documents for us. In many cases, having to go back into warehouses and find old documentation, but they were able to provide us with some, but not all records. So essentially our report is saying that incomplete documentation, we can't definitively say that all of the funds were spent appropriately. So unfortunately that's the case. However, there were some things that we were able to verify. So, again, it's an incomplete puzzle. So If I can point you to our report on page 1, it probably should have said this in the beginning, but what we were engaged to do was not an audit per se in the traditional sense of what an audit is. This was an engagement that had very specific agreed upon objectives, which was to basically look at the procedures as they relate to these projects, whether funds were spent on allowable projects according to the grant agreements and terms, whether there were financial records that were complete and accurate record of accounting for those projects, looking at a sampling of the contracts to determine whether they were awarded properly, and basically whether the city complied with all the laws and regulations of the grants. And so essentially our conclusion is that due to the overall lack of complete accounting records, we were unable to determine if all the expenditures related to the projects were fully representative. So it's a case of just, again, incomplete information. We found some things, and we found a lot of areas that we thought were questionable. And they're listed in the report, and again, I'm not going to take up time tonight to go through all of them, but definitely they're all listed out in very minute detail, area by area. So that's essentially what the report comes down to. So I will conclude with that.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Any initial questions by council? Let me open the public hearing. Thank you very much, Mr. Nigro.
Okay.
Any public comment?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please come up.
Thank you. Turn on the overhead here. With all due respect to my distinguished colleague, Mr. Nigro, I think the report, the part that looks at the present in particular, is very alarming, and I think people in this room ought to be alarmed. In a nutshell, put it on a bumper sticker, in 2013, we had to pay back close to $2 million to the state and FEMA, basically because we were sloppy and asleep. In 2016, not much has changed. We're still sloppy and asleep. I've worked with this stuff for years, and I realize a forensic audit speaks in a language many of you may not be familiar with, so I'm going to try to strip away some of the mumbo-jumbo and put it in language that real people can understand. I came up with two analogies here. Assume this is not going to work against my time.
Depends on what you say.
Well, let's have a second. Here we go. Can we straighten that out there? All right, so I tried to give you a ranching or farming analogy. The city has refused to close the barn door even after the horse is gone. There are still numerous horses left who can still leave this barn. You may not know from my accent, but actually I'm a city boy. Even city boys know this isn't the way to run an organization. And for all you fans of law and order, the city's action after the FEMA disaster are the equivalent to writing jaywalking tickets at the scene of a murder. That's what we're doing here. There are still no formal procedures in place for accounting, purchasing, payables, or contract management. Bank accounts are reconciled months after the fact, and there's no code of conduct regarding fraud. In a nutshell, although the city takes in and spends millions of dollars each year, their financial management is set up to ensure that nobody can keep track of what's going on, and there's no accountability when things go wrong. Now, I'm going to follow Mr. Nigro's lead. I had put together some of the recommendations, and I won't flog this stuff. Other than the very first one, the report on the city accounting. The city doesn't have formal accounting policy or procedure manual. Instead, we use an informal set of procedures to accomplish daily accounting functions. We're kind of like a tribe here. We talk to it's an informal, just talking to our elders there. We're running a $4 million enterprise by the seat of our pants. Nobody knows what they should be doing, and there's no sense of accountability. Look at cash management here, too. City doesn't have a formal cash management in place, but follows informal procedures. As of the date of the report, the city's approximately 4 months behind in completing bank reconciliations. I don't know, folks. I think that this is alarming. The citizens of St. Helena deserve better than this. Members of the City Council and the city staff during the period covered in the report should be held responsible for the deficiencies uncovered in the report. The scope and breadth of these deficiencies raise questions whether members of the council and city staff during this tenure understand the complexities of the job and are fit to manage the finances of the city.
Can you complete your remarks, please?
I have a little more. Would somebody... What's it?
I don't think that's really appropriate, Mr. Belt. If it were prearranged, that would be fine, but I don't think it's really appropriate for someone to get up and give time. Does the council wish to give him time? We'll give you 1 more minute. Please finish up. All right?
Actually, I need a couple more than 1 minute there. You guys have taken quite some time to put it together like this. I need a couple more minutes
2 minutes.
to take
All
it
right.
apart.
2 minutes.
As long as these issues are not addressed, there'll be a cloud over the city as it looks to take on new projects. I know many of you are here to talk about the proposed hotel by the library site. Proponents may paint the picture that St. Helena will have won the lottery by building this project. The discussions regarding the hotel so far have had an element of trust us to do it right. Based on the findings in the forensic audit, the level of trust may not be suitable at this point. I recommend addressing the gaps in the audit before getting much further with the hotel. We've all heard tragic stories of truly unprepared people who have won the lottery. Until the deficiencies in the report are addressed, we stand a chance of joining the ranks of the tragic. On a more general level, when the city says we're broke or in dire financial condition, this report raises questions if we really have a clue what our condition is. Here's a little tip for finance people. If you don't know what's going on, you're better off saying that things are bad. The downside of being proven wrong is much better.
Please address your comments to
Opposite.
council, please.
Excuse me?
Please address your comments to the council.
Yes. All right. Look, I can't see the future, but I've seen this movie before. I've worked with organizations that have disregarded serious financial warning signs. The first thing that's frequently done is to blame a few bad actors who are now gone. It's hard to blame bad actors if the problem still exists 3 years later after they're gone. So I'm going to wrap up now with a phrase that's used in finance circles to describe the second time around that the same mistakes are made. You're going to learn how to talk like an investment banker. Can I have that back on, please? Just read it. Actually, it would look much better. This is actually, this visual's worth, this one's really worth taking a second here. And then this is the end, folks, I promise you. Then we'll get out of the way for the hotel. But this is what people say when the same people continue to make the same mistakes. Thank you, folks.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Any further public comment? So I think the action is just to receive and file the report. Any further discussion by
I have comment on it.
All right, sure, go ahead.
First of all, the idea that this is just receive and file, we've been waiting years to try to understand what has happened to this money, what happened here in St. Helena with the FEMA, payback, whatever. We've been waiting to understand what happened in our town. So for it to just be receive and file and given 10 minutes, I don't think is adequate. This report I'm seeing came out August 26, 2016, so that's 10 months ago. And what to me it points out is that we don't have policies and procedures in place to prevent something happening again, like happened 10 years ago or 3 years ago. And I think it's as fundamental as fixing the wastewater plant, that we get our policies and procedures in place, because it's challenging as the elected officials. There's 5 of us who get elected, different ones every 2 years. So it's not just like the boss of a company, knowing the company, being there 10 years, knowing everything going on. There's 5 different people talking to staff, and it's hard to know what's going on. And having procedures and policies in place so that there's accountability all the way down for everybody ensures a system that works properly. So I think, and in reading this, and one after another of the findings says we don't have the proper procedures and policies in place, this should be one of the priorities of what we're working on. If this isn't fixed, we're a leaky boat. I mean, we don't know what's going on. This is fundamental to getting our, as in our own homes and businesses, having our financial procedures laid out so that as staff move and somebody new comes in, it's a procedure that's laid out and understood rather than just hearsay. That's one aspect that I believe we need to agendize to discuss right away. The other thing is looking back into the Measure A and the FEMA expenditures, which I think will help us understand what happened to that missing money. And I really think we need to get into that because we need to answer those questions for the people of this community who have been told this money went missing and we kind of don't know where it went and it was spent wrong, but not really sure how. We need to know.
Point of order. I think when you use the term missing without knowing what really happened, I think that's not appropriate, and I think you're giving the wrong impression.
Okay.
No money has gone missing as far as I can tell.
Okay.
We don't know that. It's important that we all
I
acknowledge
agree.
that.
Okay, so the money that we're not sure how it was spent. Yeah. So I think we need to know how it was spent, and our citizens deserve that. It's a lot of money, and it's been used as a reason to make decisions. And we need to know what our decisions are based upon. So I think we need further, deeper review of this material.
If I can add a point of clarification.
Yeah, sure.
The expenditures on how the money was spent is outlined in the report. So you'll see the comprehensive flood control project spreadsheet. That is exactly how the money was spent, and that was based on actual invoices that we could find. As Jeff did allude to, there are some documents that are missing. That the documents typically are the backup documentation. We know the check went out. We know what happened with it. So the report does give a full account of all the money that was spent on the flood control project, and that is part of the final flood control project spreadsheet that is, I believe it's attachment 3 to the report.
Right.
What Nigro did do for us is that when they reviewed that spreadsheet, they were validating that, yes, that is a proper category based on each of our contracts with our funding sources, whether it was FEMA, Measure A, SRF, or DWR. Pardon me. And so what they did is they verified the contracts that we had with those different agencies, the money that was spent, and yes, that money did line up with that particular contract. In a perfect world, if the accounting was done correctly at the time, each different funding source would have its own separate fund. So it would be very easy to see money came out, money came in, this is where money came out. What happened was the money came in, it got dumped into Fund 235, for lack of a better accounting term, dumped into Fund 235. All the expenses went out through 235. So it was really hard to line up individual expenses with the particular funding source. So that is part of what the report did. And I do want to also provide some more clarification on the lack of policy and procedures. The staff report does state everything, all the findings that we received from Nigro. Yes, the first report was dated August 26th. The second report we just finalized last week. So when it came to internal controls and policies, what Nigro did recommend to the city, it recommends almost identical and mirrors what our current auditor said, and those are procedures that the city staff has been working on. We have not just been sitting complacent for the past year. We have been been working on them. We do have more policies in place. A lot of the policies and procedures regarding the distribution of funds, purchase order, those types of things, that is all covered in our municipal code. So we do actually have procedures in place that were defined by the city council. They might not be in formalized procedures where you pull out a procedure manual, but they are outlined in our municipal code. Current staff does follow those procedures, so I wanted to add some clarification for the public as well as to the city council.
All right. Any further council discussion? I would just like to focus on the conclusion just briefly. It is our conclusion that city staff has done everything within reason to dissect the flood control project based on the tremendous amount of work performed by city staff, and that's basically Tracy Prokosky and April Mitz in the finance department. And you can see that in the spreadsheets that have been put together to create the comprehensive flood control project spreadsheet and the confirmation of poor grant management that occurred during the time frame of the flood control projects through this report. We do not believe that further procedures or the engagement of additional forensic accountants would yield significantly different conclusions. This is a professional assessment, and I, of course, accept that professional assessment by a qualified accounting firm. What to me is important now is that we move forward and make sure that we get our Measure A money, that we wrap up whatever we have to wrap up with the state revolving fund, and do the remaining work that's required by the water board, and get this behind us once and for all. That's where I am. I don't myself perceive that it does any good whatsoever to spend more general fund money going back into what is deeper and deeper history where the documentation is incomplete, and where we've done our best to track down all the documentation at this point of view. It's just time to move on.
And as to Jeff's important point in terms of the council's oversight of our city departments, I think that it is incumbent upon us to insist and to work with our staff to make sure that our policies and procedures and our internal controls continue to be perfected so that this doesn't happen again. And I know that our staff is working on that, but I think it's incumbent upon this council to make sure that we report out to our citizens that that is happening, because that is fundamentally our job and in our oversight role as city council members. It does not appear to me that the city has been, quote, financially damaged in the way I look at it from a lawyer's perspective. I didn't see that. It would be interesting to look at that in more detail to see if indeed we were financially damaged, who is it that would be responsible? And one of I know I'm a lawyer, so I focus on this, but I don't want to necessarily go backwards. I want to move forward. But it seems to me that we had an auditor in place all this time, and you pay an auditor to look at this kind of information over many years, and it's just mind-boggling to me that an auditor didn't report out what to me is obvious. And so that's disturbing. I don't know if that's going to get me anywhere other than feeling good about it. But what was happening, we have a new auditor, by the way, over the last couple of years. I'm talking about our prior auditor, that we had for many, many years. It's just troubling to me, and that's something I would at least like our council and possibly our city attorney to just sort of look at to see if there's anything there. Right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we need to look at whether the standard of care and professional responsibility was being maintained while all of this was occurring.
So in my opinion, it's worth further agendizing a discussion about this. As we say, if you don't learn the lessons of the past, you're bound to repeat them. So if we can take the time now to make sure that our systems are strong, we stand a best chance for this not to happen again.
At this point, the only action is to receive and file the report, and so I suggest we do that, and that if members of the council want to agendize a further discussion about further action, then please do so, and we'll talk about it.
So
Can I make public comment on this, or is it passed?
No, we are past public comment. Thank you.
Okay.
So this can be re-agendized through a council member?
Sure.
Okay.
or you can ask, put it on for discussion, and then we'll decide whether to re-agendize it. All right. Let's take a... do we need a vote on receive and file? No. Okay. Let's see where we are. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. Please take your seats. Please sit down. Please take your seats. Okay, we're at item 9.3, consideration of recommendation to select. Oh, let's move them closer. Okay. Like that? Okay, we're at item 9.3, consideration of recommendation to select HRV Hotel Partners as preferred developer of Adams Street property, direct city manager to prepare an exclusive negotiation agreement with HRV Hotel Partners and direct city manager to pursue negotiations of teen center component of HRV proposal. So we'll begin with a staff report. I may turn to the city manager initially.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Michael Biddle is lead off the presentation.
All right, Mr. Biddle. Okay. Oh, good.
And then like this. Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Mike Biddle.
Okay.
And just a brief introduction of a few people that were involved with the review. Okay.
Lost the entire discussion on the last matter.
This always happens at the most moments.
Got to work on air conditioning. That's me. Yes. I wonder if you can open that window. Yeah.
It's getting stuffy. I don't know. Is it better? Good. It's cooling down there.
Thanks, Jeff.
Is it better? Okay.
Wow. Tall guy.
It's one of the reasons we keep you around.
That's right, I know, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 4, Cindy. HDMI 4. Now we're good?
We could just do it the old-fashioned.
I'll try one. This is? It should matter if it's working correctly. Is it on one?
Can you use the overhead? Will the overhead work?
Can you put this on the overhead?
Yeah.
Oh, that will work.
Okay, the core.
Oh, really?
Go through this damage.
It's only because I can't use it now.
3. HDMI 3 on. Very good. Nothing. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, okay. It's not going to be on that television over there, huh? So,
Okay.
all right. Let's see.
Okay. Here we go. All right. So good evening, Mayor, City Council, and citizens. Just a brief introduction. My name is Michael Biddle, and other members of the review committee that looked at the proposals. Too close to this? Is Robert Gamble with PFM Financial Advisors, Michael Oliver with Municipal Resource Group, Noah Hausch, who's your Planning Community Improvement Director, and Larry Pinnell. Tonight's item, I want to be clear, is not an approval of a project nor an approval of the sale of the Adams Street property. Sure, if I can, am I close enough? I'll just repeat. Tonight's item is not an approval of the project nor an approval of the sale of Adams Street property. Rather, what tonight is about is the evaluation of 3 proposals that were submitted in response to a city-issued request for proposal. And the review committee looked at the proposals, and the item tonight relates to selecting a developer with whom the city would negotiate with regarding the development of the site and the terms of the sale, subject to the discretion of the city council, and obviously required and appropriate land use and environmental review that would need to be undertaken further down the road. So if you can change the next page. So our recommendation, as was in the agenda title, is to select HRV Hotel Partners as the developer of the Adams Street parcel, direct the city manager to prepare an exclusive negotiating agreement that would come back to the city council at a subsequent meeting for its review and consideration. And then also direct the city manager relative to negotiation of the teen center component of HRV's proposal. And we'll touch on that a little bit later. Thank you. So the background with respect to the process is in October 2015, the council reviewed the conceptual RFP, request for proposal, and directed staff to issue an RFP. In November 2015, the City Council directed staff to designate the Adams Street property as central business in the general plan update process that the city is currently involved with. Then in May 2016, the City Council directed staff to proceed with the RFP process after a brief pause. Then in August 2016, the city received 3 proposals from HRV, Bald Mountain, and HMS. Next page, please. The proponents, they made a couple presentations of their proposals to the community in October 2016. In March 2017, after sort of a hiatus in the sort of review of the proposals, the city provided the respondents the opportunity to clarify and supplement their proposals. And then in April and May 2017, financial information was evaluated by the review committee that was requested by the committee of the respondents. And then on May 18th, the committee interviewed the respondents, and after various discussions amongst the review committee, came up with this recommendation for the council. Next. So the HRV proposal, in a big picture, proposes a five-star resort, 113 hotel rooms. This is part of their supplement when they revised it in March, which was different from their initial submittal in August, is they added a component of 5,500 square feet for Nimbus Arts. There's 8,000 square feet approximately of meeting space, 2 restaurants, spa fitness center, pools, 2 event lawns, 100 to 130 underground parking spaces, and at 500 square feet, it's the least dense of all the proposals. The teen center, there's a teen center component to their proposal that I noted. And it doesn't directly relate to Adams Street, but they did indicate a willingness to engage the city regarding acquisition of what is called the teen center site, and then subdivide it into 2 parcels, dedicate one for affordable housing, give the other one back to the city for a new city hall site, and so it's not entirely really fleshed out, and so part of our recommendation to the council, if it wishes to go forward with that, we would suggest that we sort of engage HRV a little bit more in detail about that aspect of the proposal. The purchase price they've put on the table is $20 million. And our 5-year revenue projections from this proposal is roughly $17.7 million, which equates to about $3.5 million a year. Next slide, please. So this is a shot of their site plan. Let me put my glasses on so I can see a little bit better. So as you come in to the site from the Adams and Adams Street and Library Lane, you'll see those 5 separate little buildings. That's the Nimbus Arts in 5 separate little buildings there. There's a large event lawn in the center left, and there's another event lawn sort of to the north, or not north, northeast of the Nimbus, adjacent to the library. And then off to the right is where you have the main facility. You'll see the large building up against the library or the meeting rooms, and then you rotate to the right, and there's the restaurant, and to the right of that is the spa facilities, the pool, and then off sort of away from the site or from the corner of Library Lane and Adams are the hotel rooms. You'll see the smaller sort of little cabanas, they call them, adjacent to the library. Those are 1-story buildings, and then you'll see the similar looking X's in a box to the right, to the directly north. Those are also 1-story. And then the other buildings that you can see, they are a combination of 2-story and 3-story, and you'll see that better in the next site plan. I'd also just add that there is underground parking below, essentially where the event lawn is. Next slide, please. So again, this is you'll see now the 2-story buildings are kind of covered up, their roof, and then the remaining sort of purple buildings, those are your 3 stories. So one of the things that the committee was liked about the site plan is that along its edges you don't have a lot of height. There is sort of an attempt to sort of maintain view corridors through the property to the hills off to the north. Next slide. And here's a sort of rendering of what it would look like looking back to the south. And one of the other aspects that the committee liked was how it seemed to it tried to meld in with the orchards that are off on its borders. Excuse me, vineyards. Tough crowd. Next slide, please. And then here's how some of the architecture that would be proposed. Next slide, please. The Bald Mountain proposal, 5-star resort, 85 hotel rooms. There are 20 for sale condos, 100-seat restaurant, 400-seat lounge, 40-seat lounge, 10-seat tasting room, spa wellness center. They propose to take the Signorelli barn and relocate it and onto the site and turn it into an event center. There's one event lawn right at the corner of Library Lane and Adams Street. There's 218 underground parking spaces. It's total of about 160,000 square feet, so it's about 50% larger in terms of coverage than the HRV proposal. Their proposed purchase price $16 million, and 5-year revenue projections is about $17.1 million, very similar to the HRV proposal. Next slide, please. So here's a shot of their site plan, and I think one of the things that you'll see in some later slides that the committee was concerned about is the buildings tend to be all around on the perimeter are larger, particularly along Adams Street, and so it tends to close off the site, and it didn't provide as much of a space for interaction, it felt, for members of the community to engage the site. Next screen, please. So here's a rendering. Again, you'll see the building sort of all around. It's a much denser proposal than the HRV. Next slide. And so you'll see along Adams Street, those are 3-story buildings, pretty much all along that edge there, kind of blocks off any view corridor through there. Likewise, the buildings along Library Lane are 2-story as well. And you have a relatively small little green space area on the corner there. Next slide. And here's another shot of it, looking sort of to the southeast. And again, you'll see sort of in the bottom center, that's the restored Signorelli barn. And to the left on the bottom, that's the spa fitness center. Okay, next slide. The HMS proposal, this is a mix, excuse me, of office, retail, residential, and hotel, proposed 3 to 4-star, somewhat non-committal on that. Approximately 45,000 square feet of office space, 3,000 square foot Class A space, and then 15,000 square feet of space for a city hall and police station, a 75-room hotel with a spa, 10,000 square foot, 500-person event center, 23,000 square feet of retail, 70 apartment units, 20% at affordable, that they weren't specific as to what level of affordability, and then 378 parking spaces at approximately 200,000 square feet of coverage. This is the most dense of all the proposals, twice as large as the HRV. The purchase price they are presenting is effectively a $17 million price. Essentially, they were proposing a $10 million purchase price, and then they valued the cost of the city hall and police station and TI allowance at approximately $7 million. And then there's a 5-year revenue projection from this project at about $9.3 million. Next slide, please. And so here's their site plan. On the right-hand side is the underground parking. And so to really get a sense of the site is on the left-hand side. Sort of as you come in from the corner of Library Lane and Adams. So on Library Lane, you'll see that sort of L-shaped building. Those are the office buildings, 2- and 3-story. And then along Adams Street, the next L-shaped building is retail on the bottom with the apartments on top. And you'll see that there's a lot of parking along the front of Library Lane and Adams Street, fronting the property, in addition to the underground parking. And then at the back of the site, there's more apartments, 3 stories, I believe, and then a 3-story hotel up in the top corner there, and then right below the hotel at the back end there, next to the library, is the 10,000 square foot event center. And then again, there's some more internal parking in between the event center and essentially that plaza. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So here's a rendering of it. Again, part of our concern is it was very, very dense, too dense for the site. Very large buildings along Adams Street, along the backside as well. This is their earlier rendering because the hotel, that building along the back edge, was sort of broken up into two, and the hotel was sort of separated from the building. But this is the most recent version that we have of their rendering. But again, it backs up and kind of closes off the site in any sort of view corridor through there. And then, can you go back the slide? You'll also see along the back end of that, behind the apartments and the hotel, there's a lot more surface parking up against the vineyards, not the orchards, the vineyards. So a lot of parking, very dense, not a lot of green space from what we could see. Next slide, and then go again. And this is sort of a rendering. I think this is, as you're looking at the site from Library Lane and Adams Street corner looking into the project. Next slide. And this is from the internal kind of a courtyard looking back out towards the corner of Library Lane and Adams Street. Next slide. So again, our preference was for the HRV site plan. Again, we thought was tried to sort of respect some of the views and not sort of encroach with large buildings onto the public right-of-way. Next slide. Whereas Bald Mountain, very large buildings all around the end, sort of blocking off the site from any sort of views. Next slide. And similarly, HMS also sort of blocking off the site. Next slide. And so this is what the site plan we're looking at. Next slide. So we looked at, in terms of the RFP, there were certain elements that the RFP called for the committee to look at. And the proposed project plan of the various proposals, we, again, as I say, we liked the HRV proposal of those proposals that we had in front of us. It was least dense, had the smallest footprint. It tried to open up the site to the community at the entrance, and sort of the restricted elements of the hotel pushed to the rear. The Nimbus Arts and the event lawns provide an opportunity for some community engagement there. Minimal height of the buildings and minimal impact to views. And then we like again, the transition with the adjacent vineyards. Next slide. The financial benefits from the proposals, the main distinction amongst the three is really on the ongoing 5-year revenue projections. HRV and Bald Mountain, pretty similar at around $17 million over 5 years, or about $3.5 million a year, and HMS projection of about 9.3. The one-time purchase offer, HRV at $20 million versus 16 from Bald Mountain and 17 an effective rate from HMS. And so from our view, HRV provided the graded projected financial benefit to the city. Next slide, please. In terms of feasibility, certainly the location of the site will create challenges in terms of for each of the any project that were to go forward on there, given for construction, given access routes in and out of there. That will be a challenge for anybody. Bald Mountain and HMS also would be impacted by the application of the city's growth management control provisions, from our understanding, given that Bald Mountain is looking to provide for 20 for sale units. None of them are affordable. And HMS has 70 rental units, 20% at affordable, but again, not defined at what levels. HMS's proposal is also impacted by the fact that they're trying to. They're suggesting that they would build a city hall and a police station in exchange for getting the property at a reduced price. That implicates some public bidding and prevailing wage provisions that would definitely impact their financial arrangements in terms of how much financing, how much it's going to cost them to build the project, that we don't believe was considered in their evaluation in their proposal. In HRV, we don't find any similar type of constraints from the growth management control or prevailing wage issues. Separate and aside from that is, to the extent we do sort of proceed and look at the teen center component, to the extent there is housing, affordable housing. Certainly if the city were to consider that and require the requisite amount of low-income housing in that, then you would not run into that type of constraint. Next. So the next steps is that the selected developer, if the council chooses to go forward, and the city would enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement. Again, as I said earlier, that agreement would come back to the city council for you to look at and approve. Probably would take a couple of months to sort of hash out any language on that. We did provide a draft of the EANA to the respondents as part of the package, so they could get a sense of what it is such an agreement might look like. The ENA would probably have a term of approximately 12 months, and there would be provisions for extension. And during the term of the ENA, the developer would submit formal applications to the city for required land use approvals and seek review. There would likely be numerous public workshops and meetings before the commission and the council related to the project. Obviously, there's a lot of interest. Next slide, please. And I would note that each proposal does require the city's approval of the pending general plan and zoning amendment. There are some revisions, as I said, to the land use element of the general plan that affects this parcel, that each of the proposals would need to have go forward for their proposal to be able to have any possibility. During the term of the ENA, the city, and so while they're processing all their land use approvals, the city and the developer would negotiate the terms of a disposition and development agreement, and the DDA would be governing the price, terms, and other negotiated conditions for the sale and development of the property. And obviously, city staff would be taking direction from the council on those terms, and there would be, I'm sure, regular check-ins with the council in closed session to discuss some of those terms and conditions for the sale. And then the DDA is only presented to the city council for its consideration after all the land use entitlements and SEQA review have been completed, because the DDA is a discretionary act, and so it would need to rely upon an environmental review, and that environmental review would have been conducted in accordance with its land use entitlements and the SEQA review for those approvals that would be needed. Next slide. So again, our recommendation based on the proposals that we did receive and that we were able to look at is the HRV partners, and to prepare an ENA, bring that back to you at a future date, and also to pursue the teen center component. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, does any other member of your group wish to present at all?
Well, I think we were going to wait and see if you had questions after public comment, or
okay, that's
and then they could chime in at that point.
All right, very good. Any initial council questions? Then we'll entertain public comment. Sure.
Good evening, members of the council. Initially, I was going to try to throw my responsibility.
With respect to public comment, it'd be great.
Oh, Lois Batuello.
Thank you.
1634 Main Street. I was going to ask the council to pick up my burden and kind of take a look at some of the issues we have with the Adams Street property. And since people began thinking about resorts for that location, we found out that we have an earthquake fault line running right down Main Street. It runs from South Napa along Highway 29 all the way to Calistoga. The USGS and the California Geological Survey people, with whom I meet periodically, have said that is now capable of producing a 7.0 earthquake. Aside from that, you cannot develop structures of certain types within zones away from an earthquake fault line in California. There are a whole series of rules that come with that. But also the state has already mapped soils in St. Helena and found that the Adams Street property location soil is subject to liquefaction. That means that any swaying motion of an earthquake, the magnitude of an earthquake, can be amplified. Okay? They don't allow building. So this California Civil Code that Tom can research, anybody can, but you can't build on those properties. You can't consider selling them as though they can be developed. You can't zone them commercial. You have to go back and rethink what you've really got in terms of land at Adams Street. By the same token, our police department is currently threatened by what's known as a rift or a fissure off the main fault line that would disrupt its whole communications network, and for safety considerations would have to be moved to what's called an upland area at Railroad Avenue. So there can't be any discussion of changing teen center, doesn't have to be, or of affordable housing or anything else. You've got to do what the law tells you to do. It may sound inconvenient, but I look to you to do that and to do the right thing. Otherwise, it's reportable to the federal government, I hate to say, and we will report it. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Belt?
Tom Belt, 1520 Hillview Place. At the bottom of our City Council agenda, there is a section that reads, meeting items to be placed on the agenda of the next or future City Council meeting. One of the future topics listed on the June 13th agenda was discussion of next steps on evaluating responses to Adams Street RFPs. Upon reading the agenda for the City Council meeting tonight, under new business, it's reading consideration of recommendations to select HRV Hotel Partners as preferred developer of Adams Street, direct city manager to prepare an exclusive negotiation agreement with HRV Hotel Partners, and direct city manager to pursue negotiations of teen center component of HRV proposal. I don't know how we got from a discussion of the next steps to evaluating responses to a recommendation to select HRV Hotel Partners as the preferred developer of the Adams Street property. I was present at this town hall meetings, both of them at the cinema and also at the firehouse. At the firehouse, there was standing room only, and the overwhelming majority of the people had big concerns, or they were absolutely opposed to this project. And now what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing this review committee going forward and making these decisions, recommendations, if you will, and I was completely unknowing of any of this even taking place. And I believe we're taking too great a step too quickly. I believe his name was Mr. Bidden. I believe the opportune words were a wait and see. I think we need to wait and see on this, see what the city community wants before we start considering making a recommendation for an exclusive proposal. So I think we're just going too fast.
My name is Glenn Smith. I live on 1730 Dean York Lane. Excuse me. I've been a resident here for about 4 years. I voted for 4 of you on the City Council, and I also serve on your Transportation and Sustainability
Who didn't you vote for?
Committee. So I'm not here to do your job. I'm not going to debate financial needs or budget line items. But I am going to, and I'm also not opposed to the development of Adams Street, and I understand that the maximum value for Adams is probably a hotel. So I understand those things, but I do want to express a major concern, and that is traffic congestion. You will not have my support for any development project in St. Helena until the council commits to leading a serious transportation solutions effort with our Up Valley communities, businesses, winery and vineyard owners, and citizens who employ the army of workers who commute daily into our valley and clog Highway 29 and the Silverado Trail morning and afternoon. This problem will not be solved by another dozen affordable housing units or infill units. Our businesses are experiencing rising labor costs as they try to recruit workers to make the commute. Our public employees and educators must fight the commute daily to staff our schools, college, and city departments. Our citizens must plan their appointments and shopping into narrow windows between the commute rushes, and the livability of our community is diminished for everyone. Adding more tourist-friendly facilities
and services adds further to this problem as more workers are needed to support them. And tourists will tire of fighting the clog. Other locations will become more attractive for their dollars. I know you 5 city council members cannot solve this problem, but you can lead. You can own this problem with other valley communities. You can bring constituencies together. I'll commit to joining with you, and I'm sure many other St. Helenans will as well, in developing long-term solutions. If we do not take action, I fear many will lose and end up moving elsewhere, adding to the problems of second homeowners who do not live here and who are not committed to this town. Therefore, I urge the council to halt any further development and take up this transportation issue as the central problem our city faces. But if you choose to move ahead with this project, you should not consider this problem solved. You will have just made the problem worse. Thank you very much.
Good evening. How are you all? Doug Barr, 2480 Spring Mountain Road. I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the process that was used to send out these RFPs. It's a little bit of a backup, but I think, as Jeff mentioned before, we need to know what our decisions are based upon. So I'd like to know what the previous city council and the previous city manager had done in terms of research before they sent these RFPs out, and if that could be all made public. I know this has to be a rhetorical question. You guys can't answer me, but I have a bunch of rhetorical questions, and maybe there's some way that the city could answer, yes, we've done this, or no, we haven't done that, and we can make this all available to you. So my first question is, can you provide, and this seems easy enough, can you provide a complete list of all city properties with current valuations, market valuations, condition assessments, and repair cost estimates, as well as your overall facilities rehabilitation plan and time frame? That's important. I assume that was passed on from the last city council to this city council, or you guys have already thought of how you're going to do this, when you're going to do it, and how this money is going to be used. That's the very definition of solving a problem, right? You got to know what the problem is. Second thing, can you tell us what the alternative plans were that were discussed for raising revenue for facility repair through the sale of city property other than the Adams Street parcel? And can you tell us what, if any, options, including combining facilities, renting rather than replacing facilities, or eliminating underutilized facilities, were considered before we jumped right to going to sell this property for a giant hotel? 3, neither the Safeway mega store that originally was planned for the Adams Street property or the 2012 Bald Mountain 62-room feasibility study that was done past community standards. People were outraged by both of those, but that's not why they weren't passed. It's because nobody could figure out, all their consultants and lawyers couldn't figure out how to mitigate the traffic problem on what is in essence a cul-de-sac on Adams Street. We know from a local hotel developer that the rule of thumb is 2.5 low-wage employees per hotel room to make 2 trips daily in and out, pre and post shift, plus 15 visitor trips per room per day. If we're assuming a 70% occupancy rate and using 113 rooms per this plan, the HRV plan, as an example, the total daily additional traffic on Adams will add up to 1,582 car trips per day, and over a year that adds up to 577,430 additional car trips on Adams. So if the only way, we know we're not going to be able to build a bridge across the river, conservation, and a million different problems with that, so that leaves Fulton and Star. Fulton's too small. Star will bear the brunt of this along with Adams. It seems to me that it's too much. I'd like to hear the council's plan to mitigate that traffic in anticipation of the same issues arising that arose for those 2 previous plans. I don't think SEEK was the way to go on that. If we're going to ask people to build before we send this out, before we make a deal, we should have some answers ourselves about how this could possibly be done.
Hi, Claire Barr, 2480 Spring Mountain Road. Continuing in the same vein, number 4, in light of the forensic accounting report on mishandled city funds, can you share your strategy for using excess funds received for the sale of Adams Street beyond those used for facility repairs? Can you explain the process by which those projects have been chosen, and can you offer a timetable for the distribution of those funds? If you can't, these RFPs RFPs should never have been issued, and the process needs to be stopped. Can you provide your overall assessment of current hotel rooms available in St. Helena, including Ted Hall's proposed project, new hotel rooms under construction in Calistoga and Yountville, current occupancy rates in St. Helena and Up Valley in general, and a realistic appraisal of potential TOT prepared by a third party rather than the developer? If not, the appropriate research was not complete and the process should be stopped. Considering how Las Alcobas turned out, can you provide acceptable design parameters generated by a committee of local architects, environmentalists, landscape artists, hotel developers, and citizens for all new hotel construction in St. Helena, so that we can tell developers what St. Helena will tolerate in a new hotel, rather than wait to see what they have in mind for our town? If not, you should not continue the process. Can you provide the results of the polling, surveys, and resident outreach that you've employed to foster community support in advance of issuing these RFPs? If there's no defined community consensus to sell this property, the process must not move another step forward. To have progressed as far as we have on this important and sensitive issue without having asked and answered these questions would be unfair to your constituents, to the developers, and to St. Helena's reputation. Thank you.
Good evening. Susan Davis, 2020 Birch, here in St. Helena. At the risk of being redundant, process. Transparency. It's not here. The process seems to me to be the cart before the horse. October meeting, the town hall meeting, it was pretty obvious by that packed meeting that people did not approve of the process, at least. Election, 2016, 2 people did not get reelected. 2 new people were reelected because they made it clear that they wanted to have a more transparent and to find new ways of communicating with the community and finding out what the community wants first. Were you listening? Measure A, yes, we need money. That's why we voted for it. But we think, many of us, that that might be a way to avoid having to sell a property like Adam Street, to find other ways, to give us a chance, time to rebuild and rediscuss. Once again, who formed this committee that made the decisions? When was it decided to have a meeting in the end of June, in the summertime, with very little notice of what was going to be on? That doesn't sound like transparency to me. We are not trying to say that the Adam Street property is not on the table, only that we want a more transparent process. You've loaded up this cart that goes before the horse with a magnificent property that we will only be able to sell or develop once. I think we need to find out the community consensus first. Look at these people. Do they look naive to you? Do you truly believe that they think, oh, we can hire this group that, by the way, produced the worst possible group idea of what to propose there? They paid no attention whatsoever to the visioning of 2008-9. We're going to trust them at the end of this process to listen when they didn't listen before? Do you honestly think that the community trust level is such that we believe that $20 million at this point is going to be spent properly? This city council may very well do that, but maybe not the next. And this is going to be going on for a long time. Find out what the community wants. Do we have a plan for that? We have a plan, it seems, for everything else.
Can I give her 1 minute of my time?
Sure.
I'm really just about done here. in spite of the suggestions that were made for ways to find out what the community wants by having a variety of surveys and such, we found $300,000 to spend on a toilet for the tourists. Is that the correct amount, I believe? Yep. Why not spend some of that money finding out what people really want? Diversity. Mr. Doran, you're quite right. We are a diverse community.
I would recommend that you address the entire council.
Okay, the entire council. Diversity. We love it. Let's find out exactly what that diversity has to offer instead of a few people proposing what they think we want. Thank you.
I'll be brief. My name is Antonia Allegra. I'm not a developer or anything to do with what we're talking about, except that I am a dreamer. And I just want to ask one question. I keep hearing about the underground parking area. If you can sell air rights, can you sell subterranean rights? And if that is the case, could our city sell the subterranean rights and put our own parking lot down there and collect money? That's it. It's just an idea. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Lou Levine. My wife Nancy and I live at 453 Fulton Lane. When we purchased our property in 2012, we were attracted to the historic character of Fulton Lane. A single-lane road, quiet established trees, vineyards, historic winery, open space, and built our home to fit naturally within the setting of vineyard on three sides. One can't buy or legislate character which is built over time but can be lost in a minute with rash actions, particularly during a week when many residents are away on vacation. It's hard to see how a large hotel project replacing an open space with a heritage vineyard leading to a frequently used public walking trail to the river, a hotel in neighbors' backyards, is a character enhancing experience for St. Helena. While there are various views on the financial needs of the city, there are also various ways those needs could be addressed. Being a former CFO of a large company and now a corporate board member of several companies, I see project proposals continually and have learned that there is no substitute for careful analysis and review of alternatives. Something that might look good financially, at least at first, often isn't on detailed review. I've read this proposal carefully and find it in need of a lot more analysis, information, and community input. I'd urge you to consider the totality of hotel development in St. Helena. There are 3 other hotel proposals pending in the Main Street corridor, including one for the current City Hall site. What is the dollar benefit and the cost to the community of all these? Are they going to cannibalize each other and not provide the perceived tax benefit? Is there really unlimited demand for hotel rooms? Do current occupancy rates support more capacity? What's the impact of traffic, water, sewer, parking for employees, which is already an issue with one of the ones that was just recently approved, completed? What's the effect of bright night lights? What's the appraised value of all the city-owned properties? A plan for the redevelopment and a plan for the use of the cash. I urge you to form a citizen committee and take the time to analyze these questions and the interplay with the general plan very carefully and to seek resident input before making any decisions. This needs a lot more work. I thank you.
Andy Navoni, 789 Fulton Lane. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm not going to go into a lot of rigmarole. I'm going to keep it short and simple here. I don't have a lot to add to the statement I made at the town hall meeting last October regarding the proposed hotel development. In case you don't remember, I strongly opposed any development of a hotel project on the parcel. I realize the city will eventually put some sort of development on the parcel. My hope is that you as a council elected by the citizens of the town will not sell to a wealthy developer and forever destroy the character of this parcel, but rather come up with an alternative that will benefit all of us. I own the parcel contiguous to Adams Street. In case you've forgotten, we grow premium quality grapes and have done so for more than a century. Our family, my late father in particular, has turned down numerous attempts by developers to acquire and develop our property. Over the years, many of the townspeople, as well as previous city council members, have urged our family to keep an agricultural corridor to the downtown area. If you truly are going to vote to move forward with a hotel development project, forever destroying part of the agricultural corridor, I challenge you to vote as if it were me who was applying to the city for a general plan change to put a huge development on my property. I have a sneaking suspicion that the outcome might be different. Kind of as a sidelight, I also understand that the wine train may also be interested in developing a hotel on their property, which is just to the west of me. Wow, hotel rooms all around me. How ironic. I am on a waiting list to use one of my small cottages as a transient rental. I'm number 34 on the list. I have been told by the city I may never get one of the existing 25 permits. You won't let a longtime citizen rent a small cottage, yet you'll issue a new developer 130 such permits? I fail to see any justice there. Lastly, you talk about view corridors, and you talk about views to the north. If you want to go forward, that's fine, but my first call is going to be to a fence contractor and then a nurseryman to grow the tallest trees I can grow on that border, because I don't want to see the lights and I want to hear the air conditioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Larry Vermeulen, 1350 Oak Avenue, St. Helena. I honestly can't believe we're still entertaining this option. A previous city council promoted this idea and were told loudly and clearly by the citizens of St. Helena we didn't approve on more than one occasion. Two of you were elected largely because we wanted a change in direction in the mayor's seat and on the council. Two more of you were recently elected for promising to put quality of life on top of your priority list. And yet here we are again, contemplating letting the camel's nose under the tent, making a deal with the devil. Oh, the developers will promise that this project is the answer to the city's woes. They'll bring in slick lawyers and architects and public relations experts with great graphics. You'll be told it's a win-win, probably a few times. You might even hear paradigm shift. But when the deal is done, one party will get rich, and the other will be saddled with the impacts. And it'll be the citizens of St. Helena on the losing end. For long after developers have sold out for big profit, the citizens will continue to pay for the infrastructure to support the project in the future. We'll be the ones paying to maintain the water and the sewer infrastructure, repave the roads every 10 years. Worst of all, we'll be the ones to suffer the traffic gridlock, the noise, the disruptions to our neighborhoods, and all the other negative impacts. And our publicly owned land will be gone forever. I'm sure you look at Yountville and Calistoga and the TOT money they generate and think, why don't we do that? Why don't we get some of that easy money? Well, Yountville has the advantage of not having a state highway for its main street and has pretty much become a Disneyland replica of the real farm town it once was. And Calistoga has yet to feel the impacts of the two major projects they've approved. We've tried our hand at resort development with the Los Alcabas project, and the negative impacts on the adjacent neighborhood have been well documented. Had they not lucked out to cut a deal with the Adventist Church for employee parking, you'd be hearing a lot more complaints from the residents of that neighborhood. There are two major, maybe three major developments already in the pipeline in St. Helena. How about seeing how we do with them before inviting more development and siting it right downtown? And remember that all the projects I've mentioned so far have or will be built on private land. The idea of selling publicly owned land to promote resort development adds such a negative twist to the equation, I can't believe you're still talking about it. And what about your covenant with the citizens of St. Helena? You said we need to raise sales tax to resolve our financial issues, and the citizens approved. Not the tourists and the part-timers, but the real citizens who live and work here and have a stake in this community. They said, we'll agree to tax ourselves more heavily because this is our city, and we're willing to make that sacrifice to support it. Then you said, we have to raise your water and sewer rates because that enterprise is losing money and major upgrades are needed. Now you've gotten a lot of pushback on that, but the silent majority has accepted that this is what is necessary to support the city. You also said we'll have an improved revenue stream when Los Alcabas opens, and the citizens said, okay, we'll give up parking on Main Street and we'll put up with extra traffic in our neighborhoods because we believe this will be good for the city in the long run.
Can you complete your remarks, please?
So now, without measuring the impacts of the tax increase, the water and sewer rate increase, or the TOT increase, you're still considering selling publicly owned land. I suggest to you that this will be the issue that causes the pot to boil over. You will stir up the hornet's nest. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Jeff Burton at 1000 Fulton, right across from Andy Navoni. And I think, Andy, we've got to put a toll road from the egress and ingress from the hotel. We'll make a fortune trying to move that 1,000 or 2,000 or 100,000 cars.
Direct remarks to us, sir. Thank
Okay, you got it. At the community meeting last year, where several hotel proposals were presented for the Adams Street property, I recall witnessing a resounding rejection by all those in attendance. Basically, all the projects were too large in scope, as everybody discussed, and their physical presence was just overwhelming for the area and their proximity to the immediate surroundings. I believe the town manager was asked to study the entire feasibility of this project on Adams Street, particularly a hotel/resort, then return and present, without any commitments made to anybody, their findings at a future meeting. We were also told the community would be informed along the way and included in each step of that process. I didn't hear a peep since then. It troubles me that a committee was formed with no input from the community the council serves. Furthermore, a decision was made to select one of the previous presenters/developers to proceed with their proposal. I question the non-transparency of this entire process, and I am furthermore disturbed of what I personally feel, is a professional conflict of interest regarding legal representation on behalf of the city and the city attorney. We need growth, but it must not be bought by developers. We need community input, since it's our neighborhood and our town that will be affected for decades to come. We need transparency, which seems defiantly absent. It appears to me that this project and the behind-the-door secret negotiations among the select few is a very wrong and dangerous precedent-setting approach. I'll finish with this. There are alternatives for this project. We can probably agree to this. All I ask is, at this time, why is it Adams Street? Why is it the selected target over two other properties that were previously identified for such a development? Hall is one of them. Again, we are not for no development. Don't misunderstand me or us. We just want a thought-out, thorough development that works for all of our people in our fine town for years to come. I ask all of you to please reserve your vote tonight, which will give all of us time and opportunity to work a plan that's physically responsible, environmentally friendly, and a win-win for all. Let's not get into a battle. Nobody wins. It's uncalled for. Nobody wins. As I said, this is a cherished and prized piece of property that once changed, there's no going back, no redo. Let's do it right the first time, which will also be the final time. Thank you.
Hi, Phil Murphy, Sylvania Avenue. I'm going to say some things that have already been said, but since I've written them down, I might as well read them, okay? Last October, a committee workshop was held at the fire station, and at this meeting, the city asked for feedback from citizens on proposals to develop the Adams Street property. The meeting was packed, and people in attendance overwhelmingly opposed all these proposals. Do you not listen to feedback that you requested? I ask. No. Instead, a committee of 3 was appointed to recommend a proposal that the city council could vote on. First of all, who approved this committee? Who appointed this committee? Who are these people? And who do they represent? Surely not me and the majority of the people in St. Helena. The citizens of St. Helena knew nothing about this. How long have they lived in St. Helena, this committee? And in fact, I found just recently that one of them works in the attorney's office in St. Helena. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Doesn't an item of this proportion have to go through the public process before it can be voted on? Doesn't it seem that the majority of St. Helena citizens are against all these proposals for this property? Why then is a committee of 3 deciding the fate of Adams Street property? Why are they deciding it, not the citizens? It seems to me that by voting to put a hotel development on Adams Street, it does not serve the people that elected you. You are there to serve the people, okay? You represent and vote for. So please vote this proposal down. The people do not want it. Maybe you think you want it, but the people don't want it. And you work for the people of St. Helena. You voted in by them, and you can be voted out by them. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Donald Williams. I live in Calistoga, but because our towns are close enough, what happens in one often affects the other. For example, St. Helena is...
We'll let you speak here.
I'm sorry.
We'll let you speak here.
Thank
I'm
you.
teasing you, Donald.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. For example, we're likely to see an increase of traffic in St. Helena before long because of the 2 large resorts currently being built right now in Calistoga. We were not sufficiently vigilant in Calistoga, and by the time we learned about the proposed resorts, staff and developers had already established a relationship that all our many public comments and City Council and Planning Commission remarks could not derail. Because another large resort up valley would even further degrade the small town identity and quality of life, I'm heartened to see so many St. Helenans attentive to this, and I encourage and I thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your service. This is a really tough job, and I know that each of you cares about St. Helena. That's very true. It's great to see so much community participation and input. It is a council's dream to get a lot of community involvement, and you have it, so that's good. So it seems to me there's always a lot of hand-wringing about not making a decision on the Adams lot and that we're taking too long. You know, retrospectively, I don't think that's true at all. I mean, the lot was purchased in 2000 by the city in part to avoid development on the area by Safeway and Wine Train and other things. And since then, there's been developers and planners bringing forward a wide spectrum of ideas. Looking back over them, what I see is there's a gym and tennis courts, an amphitheater, a women's center, community center, housing, history, and now there's a luxury hotel resort. If we think just to the last RFP that the city issued a few years ago, the outcome of that was to donate the land and put $1 million forward to build 30 to 40 apartments. And here we are now, looking at a $20 million project in a luxury resort. So to me, it seems kind of smart we haven't done anything yet. That 3 years ago we were looking at paying someone to take it, and now we're talking about $20 million in 3.5 years, $3.5 million in revenue per year. So a little bit of a switch there. Better to make a right decision than a speedy one, given the swing. But one thing to keep in mind, in my opinion, are the sort of two things that have not changed through the entire process. The public shows up every time you bring this up. At the college, at the firehouse, a packed house tonight, every single time. The mail-in survey, 600 people responded to. And then second of all, the popular opinion dominating every single meeting when we talk about this is that we want to use our land. The public wants to use this land in some way. So, and we're woefully underparked, that based on the National Parks and Recreation recommendations, and surrounding cities. We have much less. It doesn't mean we have to leave the lot empty. We can look at options that allows it to maybe pay for itself, and who knows, maybe even bring in a little revenue. We could look at constructing a Napa-style barn where we can do rent for some weddings and for community events and auctions and things of that nature, with a very small footprint that respects the agricultural history of that area and the feel of the whole place. I acknowledge we need money for operating the city, and we'll get that in part, starting from Measure D and TOT from the Los Alcabas, and we should look at 2 hotels down the way. Whatever we do going forward, I do ask that you pay attention to the long-standing, overarching principles that the public shows up for this, and that we want to be able to use our land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mario Scolati, 1026 Charter Oak. Mr. Mayor and council members. I didn't win an election because I was maybe a little too pro-development, I think. And, when I look at this particular thing, I think it's absolutely the wrong thing to do. I mean, 100%. In fact, I would never want to see a hotel there. I'd never want to see affordable housing towers there. I'd like it to be as much open space as possible. I think it's an amazing part of our town. And so I think there's just a couple things I wanted to say, because so many great things have already been said. But it's the idea of selling something and the finality of that. Okay, so I live on Charter Oak, and you've seen Bill Harlan's redevelopment of Trevina. Some people hate it, some people like it. But what's interesting is all of that money that's ever been spent on that entire corridor is on top of a land lease. Bill Harlan doesn't even own that. He owns a long-term lease with a family from San Francisco. And there's a handful of these examples throughout Napa Valley. And so while I'm not proposing that you do any type of lease agreement with these folks, that's something that I think that I'd like maybe people to think more about, which is ultimately more control for the city and less finality. So in no way am I proposing supporting a hotel. I don't think anything should ever be built there myself. Maybe I like this barn idea. I've always liked the idea of a community place for people to gather. But just to echo a couple more things about the things that are already in the pipeline, I mean, Ted hasn't even started, EIR and any of that. And on the farmstead site, Rodney's got his entitlements, and he should be getting a little more heat to actually do something with that. And I think what's interesting is that when you combine those TOT reserves, and I've seen the books when I was on the council, I mean, I know how dismal it is, I know what you guys are up against, and it's dismal financially, but this is not the answer. So I would rather see something on an actual commercial corridor that's outside of the residential areas, like Vineland Station and Ted Hall's property, to actually make the TOT earnings before anything is ever decided about Adams Street. That's just how I feel, and I think that's really all I had to say. Well, one thing I will say in my last 42 seconds, my wife is pregnant with our first baby. It's a boy. And, thank you. So Katie, I took Katie out there and we did like the pregnant mom shoot, like out in the old library vineyard. And it was pretty emotional because there's this giant old gnarly vine and then there's this little baby vine. And it was pretty emotional, I'm going to say, because I think about my little boy and like my great memories around the library as a child. And it's like, man, I'd like that to be there for him. And he's the 5th generation Scolati in St. Helena. And I just like that idea. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Hi, Tim Neiman, St. Helena. Elizabeth Goltz has been nice enough to cede her 3 minutes to me, so I have 6 minutes to talk. Okay. Yay. There have been a lot of comments about what happened at the firehouse last year, and so recollections can be a little bit fuzzy. So I went back and I listened to a tape of that entire meeting just to see what happened. Of the 46 comments or questions that were asked in that meeting, only 4 of them were even in some way in support of development on this property. 4 out of 46. Of all the opposition comments, there were lots of comments about the impacts of development, and there were a lot of comments about or concerns about the process going forward. So I'm going to try to play one of those for you here concerning that. Let's see if I can make this work.
It's a huge decision. I would like to know, is it A, B, or C, or is there a fourth option that maybe we don't do any of them? I don't want to feel like we have to choose between three. Maybe there's a fourth option. I would just like to hear the process. Is this like we're done and then someone goes votes on this thing, or we've spent months and months and months on leaf blowers and plastic bags and a single second unit rental or something, months and meetings and meetings. I just want to hear that we're not just going to go away and hear that some decision has been made without a lot more public input and a lot more awareness in meetings.
So I think that last part pretty much described what has happened, right? We went away. There was no more public input. There was no more awareness. And we're back here voting on a decision. The response to that question was made by the city manager, Jennifer Phillips, and it described a process that hasn't been followed. I would play it for you, but the audio's not quite as good on that, so I can make it available to you if you want to hear it, but I'm just going to read that part. Absolutely, we're committed, the council is committed, I'm committed as your city manager to have this process be as inclusive as you would like it to be. So I've already had the conversation with the mayor. If we need more workshops, if we need more communication, whatever you would like as we go through the process together. So absolutely, this is your process, and you need to tell us how much more time you need and how many workshops, what you need from us, and we'll deliver whatever you ask for. So unfortunately, Jennifer left, and none of that has happened. The planning director, the temporary city manager, they weren't in that meeting, so maybe they weren't aware of the process that was described that we were going to follow, and the city didn't make any recording of that meeting. So where are we at this point? Now, I sent a pretty long letter to the city council last night describing some possible improvements to the process to try to address some of these issues. I work as a risk and decision analyst. I've spent more than 20 years. I help organizations and government agencies address complicated problems like this. And in my world, the process that's being followed here is what we would call an alternatives-based approach. That means you start with the alternatives. The city started with 3 proposals for a hotel on one site, and they brought in a review team to pick one of those. That's what they were asked to do. That's what they did. The problem with this approach is that you end up looking at only those 3 things, right? This is a much broader decision than that. We have a lot more options to address our needs. We've got things people talked about, the hotel projects in the queue. We've got the HRV project on City Hall that wasn't part of this recommendation. We've got other city assets. Right now, all we're looking at is 3 solutions when we've got many, many, many more that we ought to be looking at in context. So basically, the sequence is backwards. And somebody mentioned this before. What we should start with is what the people in this city want, and then let the rest of the analysis flow from that. And we have a good example of how this process works. If you go back to the water issue back in 2009, the people who were here, you remember in 2009, the city was bitterly divided about whether or not we had enough water. The city council appointed the infrastructure subcommittee. I was on that. The mayor was on that. And when we did our process, we didn't start with proposals. We didn't start with alternatives. We started by defining a set of decision criteria that we would use. We We then used that to identify a whole range of alternatives. We did the analysis. The whole process was open to the public through publicly noticed meetings. And at the end of that 6 months that we worked on that, we had an exceedingly good process for analyzing those choices and for explaining our results to the city so that they bought into it. I think that process would work quite well here. I would propose that we step back, let's put together a team composed of some members of the public, the city staff, with a lot more public input along the way. At the end of that, we'd have a comprehensive view of the full scope of things that we could do here with a process that people understand and can trust. Now, that doesn't mean the decision would be easy at that point. People still differ on what their preferences are, so there would be a debate about what the proper thing is to do, but that's okay. We want to have that sort of debate. And that sort of process with a big scope like that, I think would take us a lot further to developing a consensus in this town, because the process that we're following right now is not going to work. If we continue down this pathway, this is going to be a long, contentious process all the way through. So I would encourage the city to take a look, to consider pausing here, take a look at some of these options for maybe putting a group together. Let's expand the scope, let's get a lot more public participation in this thing, and let's make sure that we're making the right decision before we jump into this on such a big, important decision to the city. Thank you.
What he said. I'm Chuck Vondra, Star Avenue, St. Helena. Based on everything you've already heard, I'm going to not be repetitive and truncate what I wrote, but I've been accused of talking too fast sometimes, so I'm going to try to slow down. Sandy Laurie has ceded me her 3 minutes. I don't think I'm going to need them, but I don't want to be rushed, if that's okay. You know, we're here to talk about potentially selling off the Adams Street property. It's a big decision. Maybe one of the biggest decisions in the history of the city. That property is amazing. Somebody who is paid to know this kind of stuff told me that that's one of the 5 most desirable parcels ever, anywhere. It's a beautiful parcel. It can't be taken lightly. It's our crown jewel of St. Helena. So it doesn't just belong to us. It belongs to us and everybody in the future. Mario's child that's going to live here. It belongs to everybody now and going forth in the future. Very big decision. It's not an easy decision. I don't think we're ever going to get unanimous consent on exactly what should happen there. There are folks that feel it should always remain ag and open. There's folks that say sell it, cash it out, develop it. And there's folks anywhere in the middle, and I respect all of their opinions. And I'll be a little bit less harsh on the decision committee. In essence, they were given what's called a Hobson's choice. I don't know if anyone knows what a Hobson's choice is, but it's when you're given choices and none of them are good. So that's what they were faced with. So given those same 3 options, I might have made the same recommendation. So I don't necessarily critique the decision panel. I just think they were given a small pool of things to consider. Like has been said before, I struggle to understand how we got here. We heard about the meeting last week. We heard that very eloquent speaker that asked the question at the meeting about, is this going to be the end? Are you going to go away and come back with a decision? No, you'll have input. You'll have all this stuff. We were promised that by the city. So I've got a few questions. I know we need money for capital improvement. I was on the revenue committee. I was up to my ears in books and numbers. I understand intimately where the city's at with economics. But we've made some moves. I helped envision and support the sales tax. We've got 2 new hotel properties that are on board. So my number one question is there a specific amount that we really need? I think someone else asked this. Is there a plan that says we need X to do A, B, and C? Do we need to be a rich city? Do we need $20 million? From what I've heard from some of the forensics accounting, I'm not sure I'd want $20 million sitting in the bank right now. So I would like to see the city an updated financial forecast. How are we doing now with the sales tax, with the new hotels, and recast our actual need? I won't go into the other approved hotel projects, the impact of those. Water infrastructure challenges. We've been told that I'll start my next, thanks. That we've got a problem with the deteriorating wastewater and water. and we're going to put a hotel room. I just did some quick math and figured we have about 300 extra showers per day, 1,000 extra flushes per day, 150 washing loads per day on a system that's deteriorating. I think we need to solve the infrastructure problem before we start exacerbating the problem. I'll skip financial oversight. I don't need to say much about alternatives, but there have to be better alternatives. I was privy, we all were, to a proposal where we would take the Main Street City Hall, put it into a 50-room type of thing. Okay, maybe we've got something to talk about there. But I don't think we have all the alternatives. Let's not leave ourselves a Hobson's choice. So I understand that we just can't keep kicking this down the road, that, we're not here to delay anything and just string this out to forever, that we need to make decisions in a reasonable amount of time. But I'd like to sum up by asking the city to come up with an updated financial forecast as to what do we really need and what are we doing right now with the revenue. How about that promise of public input? I'd like to see the city follow up on that promise. They need me. I was the guy that asked that question on the tape. I hope the president didn't tape me too, but that's a whole different thing. Now, I want to caution against the retort that says, well, don't worry, Chuck, and all the other speakers here today. All we're asking to do is just go down the road with these folks, take a little walk down the lane with the selected partner. We can get into public meetings at that point. We can have all the open discussions. I'm telling you, once that beast of development gets moving, it doesn't stop. It is bigger than all of us. So let's not go down that shady path right now. It's just the wrong thing to do. I think it's also irresponsible. If we do that and do look at another direction, maybe we're up for now a lawsuit. So my point is, now is the best time, as Jonathan Swift once said, after a wrong turn, a step backwards is a step in the right direction. Thank you all very much.
Chris Malin, 2945 Atlas Peak Road, and I've spent 20 years working on the Napa River. I have 2 nonprofits, and I have great concern for what this development in particular could do to the Napa River, given the Wastewater Treatment Plant being out of compliance with the State Water Resources Control Board cease and desist order. And I'm glad the previous gentleman did the math. I wasn't as quick on the math on the toilet flushes, but I appreciate that number, 1,000 toilet flushes a day, did he say, on 113 rooms. So why would a responsible city council approve HRV Hotel Partners going forward with a development plan on the Adams Street property? Why would you do that? In fact, a few weeks ago I was here and asked you to consider a moratorium on any new hotels in the city of St. Helena, because just this one hotel is going to have 1,000 more flushes a day. What about the other 3 hotels somebody mentioned that are in the pipeline or approved or going to be approved? I think the city needs to take pause and really evaluate, when would be a good time to move forward, and when do you need to wait and really do better planning. You don't know when your wastewater treatment plant upgrade is going to be finished. You don't know what the capacity will be of that wastewater treatment plant going into the future, and these are all concerns and questions that you should be able to answer to the city residents of St. Helena. So again, I would ask that you take the pause button, and it's not fair to the developer to give him the green light and have him start becoming vested in developing. The time to say no is now, right now, because if he starts spending money and going towards the project that you approved, he's vested. So this is the right time to say no and to be responsible and do the right thing for our most precious resource in Napa, the Napa River. It runs through us. We are the stakeholders of that river. And right now it's sick, it's polluted, and you hold an answer here to move in the right direction. Thank you.
Come up to the mic so we can get going. We have anybody else?
Elaine Demand, 1113 Childs Avenue. My understanding is that this is the best of the three proposals, but that doesn't mean it is the best thing for the city or even necessary. We do not have to sell our soul just to keep up with Yountville and Calistoga. I have friends who are longtime residents of both those communities, and they hate what has happened there. As far as I know, there's been no exploration of other options for the Adams Street property, including the possibility of capitalizing on the genetic diversity of its historic vines. A vine library. What a wonderful asset that could be. There is no provision in this proposal for employee housing. We don't have enough housing for the people who already work here, so we're looking at even more traffic, congestion, and pollution. And I did not see any input or analysis from the city's emergency services, already impacted by the new traffic light. This is not a convenience matter. This is one of public safety. The proposal states that the HRV team has not had the opportunity to fully engage site and market studies necessary to lead to the final plan and program for the project. So what happens if we accept their offer, they conduct these studies, and then find out that the plan they have submitted won't give them the income they need? Will they then come back to us for changes and variances, claiming hardship? Will we be stuck having to grant their every desire? They claim that the goal is to reflect the agrarian context of the surrounding vineyard areas. I'm sorry, but I don't see how a 7,000 square foot spa area reflects anything but pampered wealth. There will be 113 guest rooms, but how many employees? How many additional guests to events on the lawns or in the ballroom or at the two restaurants? And where will they park? The proposed underground parking garage is for 119 cars. That's one car for every guest room and 6 left over for employees. Where are all those other cars going to park? This looks like a recipe for the same disaster that has been plaguing the folks who live near Las Alcobas. And where is all that water coming from to feed all the swimming pools and water features? Rain catchment? First you've got to have rain. And while we were lucky this year, we can't count on that. And here again, we will be paving over our precious aquifer and digging down into it for underground parking. Who has done the impact study on that? It just seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. The city's open space on Adams Street is a wonderful asset and should be a resource for all the citizens to enjoy. Why is there such a hurry to put it under the bulldozer's blade? Once you do this, it can't be undone. Not everything of value can nor should be measured in dollars. At the very least, the residents of this town should be able to vote on this. Let them decide if the added income is worth the cost.
Any further public comment?
Mayor, may I start off the process if we're not going to have more public comment?
Yeah.
I have taken the time to write some notes also.
Okay, let me close public comment. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, sure.
So I'm a lawyer, and I typically don't rely on notes, but I wanted to get my thoughts clear here. I sent out a lot of email responses, and they're a little bit disjointed to many people. Thank you for all the email responses, and thank you for coming here tonight. I wanted to pretty much agree with much of what you've said, and I have a little bit of a take, and I want to get it out there so you understand what the motivations are behind what I will be proposing later tonight. Let me just read my statement. After months of consideration about Adams Street and its development potential, it's become readily apparent to me that we have gotten it wrong from a process perspective. We have gone down a path seemingly only promoting a luxury hotel possibility without first directly linking that option to our community's values and expectations. Sadly, our citizens have no idea why we would ever embark on such an effort that has so many apparent negative consequences. They don't see any connection whatsoever between the private development of Adams Street and the public improvements that we so desperately need. So it appears that we need to stop and reset the process. We absolutely need to focus our attention first and foremost on what we want to achieve for ourselves as a community. In my experience, folks generally want to know how a city project or initiative will improve their lives before they would ever embark on a path that for them seems to offer only negative consequences in terms of environmental impacts. For me, one community value is the respect we demonstrate for the basic dignity of our employees. I see public buildings, our city hall, police facilities, public works buildings, that are in deplorable condition. We should be embarrassed and ashamed as a community to have our hardworking, loyal, and dedicated employees housed in such deteriorating, depressing buildings. Another important community value is how we provide for our citizens, especially the least among us. In that regard, I also see the need for community amenities such as a community event or cultural center, community gathering spaces, and the like. A city of our caliber and quality should provide better conditions for its dedicated employees and more amenities for its deserving citizens. Unfortunately, the staggering costs for all of these huge capital improvements are nowhere to be found in our city coffers. It is true that we are stabilizing our annual operational budget with Measure D sales tax and Las Alcobas TOT, but we are extremely underfunded on the capital improvement side. To make the case that we require a huge influx of revenue for desired capital improvements, we can start by revisiting the 2009 visioning statement for Adams Street. We have to update our visioning process, reconfirm our community values, and then undergo a financial feasibility reality check. We all have these great buildings projected for Adams Street without any realistic revenue source built into the equation. So although the visioning process was a good start, in my view, it is simply not a realistic or financially feasible plan for our future. At this point, therefore, I will be strongly recommending to my council colleagues that we retain qualified professionals to evaluate our current assets and facilities. We must explore our facilities needs and our financial options with the help of both municipal financial advisors and real estate strategists so that we can determine the best way forward to achieve our community goals and expectations. One way forward may very well include a hotel on Adams Street, but at this juncture, we are in no position to make that case to our residents.
Okay.
Are we able to ask any questions of the team at this point?
Sure, I see. Oh, let's let. Sure, go ahead. Ms. Goberstein has a couple questions for the team here. So,
yeah, I was a little surprised at how far we've come as of today. I mean, if you're surprised, I'm surprised too, and I ought to know better. I was expecting for our team to really focus on the track record and the financial capability of any developer that we might ever decide to partner with. And I don't see anything in the report tonight. It is very site plan focused and decision being made based on the site plan. And I was wondering if you can, at least with respect to the developer that you are recommending, what is it about them and the financial information and the valuation that you undertook, aside from the site plan? What is it about that company that causes you to recommend that we continue to work with them in some fashion?
Bob, is that you? Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Gamble. I'm a managing director with Public Financial Management in San Francisco. So when this process restarted in the spring, we wanted to go through a due diligence process with the three proposers. I believe in April of this year, we sent out a fairly extensive questionnaire. We did independent research on their background, on their experience, and we provided a summary of that to the team and to the city manager and Mr. Hausch as well. So a lot of that information, as you might guess, was confidential information, so it was not provided in a way that we could disclose it publicly, but we did go through a pretty extensive due diligence process. I can sort of offer general characterizations of it, and so I think the thing we could say about all three developers is that they all had substantial experience. They had all demonstrated a capacity to carry out projects. They all demonstrated an ability to raise capital, assuming that the projects themselves were viable projects. On that point, in terms of their general financial capacity, there was not a single one that particularly stood out. So that was not a major distinguishing characteristic in terms of the outcome of the recommendation.
So it was the viability of the project?
Excuse me?
It was the viability of the project? How did that play into it?
Well, the project itself was somewhat different for each proposer, but as we understood the information that was presented, we felt that all three of them were potentially viable.
Any other questions of the review team? Okay. Mr. White, do you have some comments?
Sure. Yeah, can I just take Paul's notes? I totally agree with Paul, and I think one of the best emails that we got over the last 3 days was from Tim Neiman. Having his experience and discussion about the process moving forward, I am not ready to act on the recommendations. I would rather see things get vetted out more and actually come up with a process that Paul describes in his statement. I really tonight wanted to hear what everybody had to say, and we also have a new city manager coming on board, and I think he should have some chance to dive into this and speak with staff and also hear from council. And I think it's very important that we open this up for the citizens, and I like the suggestions of having a citizen committee like we had for the ad hoc revenue committee, the ad hoc water rate studies. We've done that for many things, but I think this process needs to open up a lot more and hear more from our citizens. So,
Mr. Ellsworth?
I would concur with that, and I think Mr. White brings up a really excellent point, is we have a new city manager that's coming on, and I think that I certainly have a lot of faith in him to help us get things organized here. And so pausing and finding a way to have a process that allows more citizen involvement as we go. And I also agree that the letter that Tim Neiman wrote was excellent. And having a process that's open, that what was said last October was that there would be a lot more community involvement, a lot more meetings, and that's what we need, because this is this is a key to the town. And if we're making a long-term plan, which I think we should do, we have to do everything together. So we can't move forward with one thing and then try to build around it. Then it's a piecemeal situation. So just to make it short, I concur with Mr. White and Mr. Doring.
Goberstein?
Well, I do as well, and I think people here who know me, or in the brief time you've gotten to know me, I feel very strongly that we can't make a good decision on this proposal, however much it might potentially benefit us, unless we really have good substantive information, and unless we have a really good, transparent, and participatory process. And I'm not suggesting that we launch into a 5-year effort. I think the time is now to make a decision, and not tonight, but we need to position ourselves to make a good decision. And that to me involves putting a process in place where people truly understand, first of all, our financial condition. I haven't been here that long, and maybe at the end of 4 years you'll decide to toss me out, but I can tell at this stage and agree with Mr. Doring that we do not have the money to do some of the civic improvements that frankly need to be done. And there may be another way to finance them, but I think it's also important to look at what is our probably most valuable asset and see if that is a means to accomplish this. I also think it's really important for us to have a plan and to know what we're doing with all of our facilities. I mean, every week we have somebody giving us an idea of what to do on Railroad, where to put the police station, where to put the hotels, where to put the next firehouse. What are we going to do with the teen center? Or what are we going to do with the corporate yard? And we can't answer those questions because we don't have any solid information and we don't have a plan. And I think what we really need is a very good, strong, vigorous facilities evaluation so we all know where things stand and we can make decisions. Like, for instance, is the $7 million that's part of the purchase price on the HMS, is that really sufficient to carry forth the city hall or the other improvements that were listed there? It's, to me, totally irresponsible to make a decision without the correct information. And so I would support a much more robust process, but I also think we should be, like we were with the water rate issue, very focused on what we want to accomplish and the time frame in which we want to do it.
All right. I have very little to add. I certainly agree with Mr. Neiman, with whom I work very closely, that the process worked very well with respect to our efforts dealing with our water situation back in 2010, 2011. I like the idea of a citizens committee for sure. I absolutely agree with Mr. Doring that a visioning statement that's unaccompanied by real financial analysis just doesn't move the ball forward, and that was the big failure, as far as I'm concerned, with respect to the 2008-2009 Adams Street visioning statement. I was part of that process, but certainly after some years in city government, you get a real education on what is required to meaningfully plan, and unfortunately that document, while a wonderful document in many ways, does not meaningfully plan because it has no financial basis to support the wish list in that document. I agree with Ms. Koberstein that we cannot sit on this very long. We need to move forward with something that addresses our very large infrastructure issues, and in my mind as well, I realize this is a bit abstract, but our general fund reserves are not adequate. We have no reserves for economic uncertainty. If something bad happens to us, we're going to be in very real trouble, including with respect to assets that have great value, and that includes the Adams Street property. We just cannot continue to push this ball down. I also, quite frankly, want to thank all three applicants for their responses to the RFP, for hoping that our city could make a decision and we could move forward at this time. I hope that we will get our effort with respect to this property in place fairly quickly, and that they will continue to show interest. I also applaud the work of the review committee. The review committee certainly was brought to the city council, and of course I've lost track of time. It got delayed because of the departure of the city manager, but it was certainly the recommendation that the review committee be formed, and that the folks that served on the review committee were named by former city manager Phillips, and that's, from what I understood, a normal part of an evaluation process when you have responses to an RFP, and I thought their work product was very well done, and I applaud them as well. But it's obvious that the community wants to have a further committee that looks into it. I think that's the right move at this point in time, and I'm hoping we can get through it sometime this fall. In other words, that it does not linger. So with that, I would entertain a motion that at least at this time we not accept the recommendation of city staff pertaining to the review committee, and that we set this matter down for further discussion when the new city manager gets in place, and we get his input into what are the next logical steps that can bring in more community input. And also, I think he's promised, but maybe I'm overstating here, but I believe he's promised to update our long-term financial projection, which Ms. Phillips put together, and I agree with the thought that it needs to be updated with the Los Alcabas hotel revenue in there, and also dealing with Measure D, and also dealing with the fact that we've diverted some of the money to the water fund. I mean, all of that needs to be taken into account.
May I make a motion that we move beyond 10 o'clock?
Oh, is it 10 o'clock?
Almost.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes.
I don't know what the... Yeah. Time flies. How many... Do we need a motion?
Yes.
I made it.
I need the
Second.
majority.
Okay.
Councilmember Doring?
Yes.
Coberstein?
Yes.
Ellsworth?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith?
Yes, well, I think I've concluded my comments. No problem.
I would, at the risk of not kicking this can down the road too far, I would like to propose a motion, which I wrote out and I'll pass along. Maybe you can stick that in there. What?
This is the longest motion we've had.
This one is longer than the water rate motion, I have to tell you.
I thought you believed in brevity.
I do. But this is only one page,
Oh.
just so one gets over there to Cindy. Okay. I don't know if you can light that up. This has got 6 points. First, I would move that we receive the report and we place it on file. Second is that we direct the staff to prepare an RFP, bring it to the council for discussion and approval at our next meeting. The scope of that would be to evaluate the present conditions and future requirements of municipal properties and facilities, identify viable options, including repair, replacement, relocation, recombination, and their costs. In addition to a facilities planner who can recommend alternative locations or civic facility combinations, the team should include a qualified appraiser to provide current market values of city properties based on current zoning and also highest and best use. The suggested time frame that I'm suggesting here is that we have this information by the beginning of September. Third, I would request that we direct the staff to prepare an analysis of current and near-term financial condition, that should say of the operating budget, and our capital funds. not including water, wastewater, which we're dealing with separately. I'd like to look at the sources of funds we have for capital civic projects and report to the council and the community, suggesting in late July or August. I think we should, as a council, determine and retain appropriate real estate, financial, and environmental advisors. I'm talking people like investment bankers, commercial real estate services, some of the people we have here tonight, public sector finance, to assist us in evaluating the fiscal viability of the May 2009 Adams Street property visioning statement in light of current conditions, as well as land use recommendations in light of the RFP responses and market conditions. And these advisors would ultimately assist us in any future negotiations if we decide to go there. I think in order to not kick the can down the road, item 5 is that beginning with our next meeting and every council meeting thereafter, we would agendize Adams Street study sessions so that we could receive and discuss reports. We could provide the opportunity for residents to ask questions and give us input, and we could set future agendas. Just as a parenthetical, otherwise I'm afraid people will lose the thread of what's going on and we will lose community participation and understanding. And I would suggest that we expand this to a town hall format or other public meetings at pertinent points in the process as appropriate. And lastly, I would suggest that in order to keep the council's hand in the process, since we are the ones who are ultimately responsible to you, that we appoint a temporary council subcommittee of 2 members to work with the city manager and the staff on the RFP preparation, determine a reasonable development timeline, areas for coordination, and consideration of options that arise from the RFP and the financial reports.
I have a question for Mr. Brown, and that is whether, given the issues that are presented here, it's appropriate for us to consider this without agendizing it.
I think you read my mind, and I think probably the best course is, if there is council direction behind this motion, to simply place this on the next agenda for the council to adopt at that time, because it's not agendized for these specific actions for this evening. It's my view that the Brown Act wouldn't allow you to go this far. Certainly you can give that direction to staff to come back at the next agenda with these items for the council to adopt then.
Well, I certainly would also like staff and a staff report to advise us as to what it can practically do within the time frames that are requested here.
This is kind of like drop everything else and only work on this, but they do have daily jobs of running the city.
So my suggestion would be that tonight what we do is simply receive the report and place it on in the file, and we're not going to take any action with respect to the recommendation, and the chair would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved. I also want to just say that I think the idea of having our new city manager on board to be able to work this out with staff, I think could be an important thing. And if we're pushing this that fast, I mean, he doesn't even come on until July 31st. So I will make the motion to receive and report, and then ask for staff to come back with a timeline that's reasonable for him.
I'd like to amend that so that we would place this on the agenda for next meeting to vote on.
Well,
maybe we could get some seconds so we could have some more discussion or something.
I'll second.
well, I think what we have to do is well, first of all, is that appropriate, Mr. Brown?
The maker of the motion would have to accept the amendment.
And the amendment is to...
The amendment is to put the motion that I just put forward on the agenda for the next meeting.
Oh, I think that's fine. But for tonight, receive and report and place on file.
I wanted to make just one comment on here to add to this list is I think part of it needs to be a liaison to the county and the other cities, because we cannot proceed here as if we're in a bubble. We are doing this all up the river from Vallejo to Calistoga to Angwin. Every choice we make, we have two-lane roads that feed this whole up valley. So if we decide what we're going to do here and we don't talk to Calistoga or Yountville or Angwin, we're going to be in trouble. So part of what we're doing has to reach out, and I think that's what hasn't been done over the past years. And I think we have an opportunity with this to add that element as we design what we're going to do and talk about it, that we're also talking to the other areas.
Well, again,
That's not part of the motion, though. I
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems...
Well, I'm just saying.
That can be part of the discussion,
Yeah,
I think,
okay.
at our next meeting.
Sounds good.
all right, so we have a
motion.
I just have a question.
no,
What's going on? It sounds like you're proposing to open up another RFP.
well, wait, I'm not opening the public hearing here.
No,
I think-
actually, tonight we are not.
It's an RFP for somebody to do a facilities study of what we own, not different.
Okay.
Okay.
So my understanding is that you've accepted the amendment?
Yes, that's fine.
All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
If I could have the
Who's the
motion, let's have the motion.
Okay, to
repeated for the
receive
record.
and receive the report and place on file, and then also to put the rest of Mary's action items on our next agenda.
And you're wanting a staff report to accompany?
Yes, if that's at all possible.
The staff report would be due this Friday,
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
That's probably
I
not
don't see-
practical.
Okay.
I can suggest, though, in response to Councilmember Koberstein's multi-phase motion, we have commissioned the appraisal of city-owned land. So we've got that component in the works right now.
Okay, well, then...
Well, I would still like to discuss this at the next meeting. I appreciate that there might be staff constraints, but I also feel that, and when our new manager comes, we will talk about our goals and our priorities and what work is most important to be done and in what order. And I do think this needs to be on the list. It's time that we positioned ourselves to make a decision one way or another. So maybe you can't have an RFP as quickly as I asked for it, but I think we can't just not have a plan.
Well, I think all we can do this evening is to direct staff to put this on the agenda for further discussion at the next meeting. Staff's not going to be able to prepare a staff report. That's not feasible. And so about all that can happen then is for staff to give us its oral responses to what is practical at the next meeting.
Okay.
So with that understanding, we have a motion and a...
You got that one?
Yes. Vice
Okay.
Mayor White,
Yes.
Councilmember Ellsworth,
Yes.
Koberstein,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Mayor Galbraith.
Yes. Okay, that takes us to the next item.
Test. Okay.
Okay. Please, in the back, if you...
We need to continue on with our meeting.
Okay, this takes us to item 9.4. It's an item placed on the agenda by Councilmember Ellsworth. A discussion review of St. Helena water security policies, including our water agreement contracts and Bell Canyon Reservoir. And then there's further discussion, but maybe you wish to lead off, Mr. Ellsworth?
Yeah, this is a subject I want to get into and stay in as we move forward. I feel this is fundamental as the wastewater treatment plant, getting that dialed in, getting our financial programs dialed in, and getting our water system dialed in so we have a complete understanding of the system and how it works, the flow of both water and financially, the equity that water represents. Other areas of California are dealing with water, agricultural areas dealing with a balance between water going to agriculture and water going to communities. So we are a water provider to, we have around 50 water agreements, and we have many hookups in town. So I think this is part of understanding our water system. And I had a thought and an idea that maybe this will find a way to encompass this and move forward on it. One of the recommendations from the Water Ad Hoc Committee was to look at whether we can charge more for customers who are further away, whether that makes sense for our system. So maybe this discussion can be tied in with that, so it can be sort of a furthering of what the Ad Hoc Committee did. Because when I look at these water agreements, I think we need to know how much water everybody's using to be fair to all our customers, so that we really understand how this system works. Because the water security of every business and resident depends on every other business and resident staying within their balance. Another aspect of this is Bell Canyon Dam, or Bell Canyon Reservoir, where county decisions about land use can impact the reservoir. What happens above the reservoir can drain into the reservoir. So I think that we need to, as a city, protect our resources, and this is one of our major resources. And without it, without water, we are a dry dust bowl. So this is critical to look at this system, just like our financial system, and know exactly what's going on. So that's why I want to have this discussion. I want it to start now and have it be something that's part of what this city always does. You know, we always understand our water system. We always understand our wastewater system. We always understand our financial system, and we all understand it. So I'll leave that at that, and maybe there's some public comment. But my thought is that maybe this can be an extension of the Water Ad Hoc Committee.
Well, the Water Ad Hoc Committee has been, I think, disbanded
Well,
at this point.
Perhaps a new one can be put together to look at what's, these new questions that have come.
All right. Well, let me open it to public comment. Does anybody wish to comment publicly at this point?
Is there a... I'm going to go on. I was waiting for you. Eric, do we have an as-built of the piping system?
Are you referring to our distribution system?
Yeah. And our intake coming from Napa?
We have a master plan, what you will, of the approximate locations of our pipelines through the city.
That might be an interesting thing for us all to look at.
Okay.
I think it would answer some of Jeff's questions, I think.
Okay.
Okay?
Maybe that can be put
That's
on the
all
website.
I just had a question.
Oh,
Thank you.
is there a security issue about putting that on the website?
There's always a concern of how much should you let the public know on where all your pipes are. PG&E is very restricted on that on their gas and electric. But we do allow people to look at the utility maps that we have available at City Hall. At some time, I believe they used to be online, but they're not also 100% accurate on our GIS. Yeah, the GIS, the water lines are on there. So, but they also need to be updated, which is what you guys directed me to do. I guess was looking at moving up, which will come in our 5-year CIP, is moving up the master plan update for both water and wastewater, which would include mapping and updating the mapping that we have.
All right. Is there further public comment? Yeah, Mr. Belt.
Thank you. Tom Belt, 1520 Hillview Place. One thing I just recently learned as a result of going in to look at some of the water contracts was that Jennifer Toole told me that they're going to be online soon. So I don't know if all of you are aware of that, but she's working to make that possible so we won't have to come in and sit in the office and look at all that. I looked at about 7 of the contracts the other day, and I came away with some questions, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get some responses to those questions. So consequently, I put in a public records request the other day to try and find out about the quantities of water based upon, I'm sorry, let me step back again, based upon the document that was put together and the maximum amounts of water that are available to these customers. I'd like to know how much water is actually being delivered to them and what the rates are being charged. And some of the rates that I saw in the contracts were based on the same rate that other customers are getting, but there wasn't consistency in that all over. So I would like to see some more transparency, if it's possible, to be able to provide the citizens with how much water is actually being contracted out each year and what those rates are for those customers. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Chris Malin. It's nice to see that the city council would take up this item, and it's so important in the future to have water security. And there's no guarantees we go right back into a drought. I mean, we don't have the crystal ball. So having local water security is essential in climate change. We have to be able to rely on our local water sources, that they're clean and that they're available, because we don't have any guarantees that the snowpack is going to be there for us to pipe it into our communities through the North Bay Aqueduct. So that's a question. How much water comes from the North Bay Aqueduct? How often do you rely on it within, in the formula of how you provide water to your residents? And then groundwater. I don't know that the city relies on groundwater, but maybe you'll need to in the future. So water is surface water and groundwater and imported water. So I would suggest that you look at all of those, and then also the health of Bell Canyon Reservoir. I mean, is it tipping towards high nutrient and having problems with algae growth, which can take a water supply completely offline? And that's happened in the reservoirs in Napa. So water quality is huge, and if you understand the land ratios going on around the reservoir, how much of it is in vineyard, you can, make some calculated guesses as to the future, what's going to happen, because the sediment is filling up the reservoir, and so the reservoir gets more and more shallow. The amount of water you can use in the reservoir reduces year after year. Dams are have a lifespan. They fill up with sediment. The warmer, the shallower the reservoir becomes, the more susceptible it is to algae growth, which can turn toxic blue-green, and it can completely take a reservoir offline. Some of the groups that I work with, we do flyovers of the reservoirs, and they don't look healthy in Napa. They look like they're tipping towards, real problems. So that's something to consider.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Manette.
Yes, I'm speaking as a resident, as a citizen. I was told that, I know it was told last time that we were not able to get the amount of water that's being used at the wineries that have caps on them. And I was told that as long as you have a cap, if there's a cap on a winery, for 12 million gallons or whatever, that makes it public so that the city council could ask staff to do an audit of that winery to get the usage. Without that, it's private information, but that would be a way of getting that information. And I looked at some of those contracts too, and most of them have meters. Almost all of these places have meters. And Alec told me that that they were charged the same as businesses and residents in town, but some of these contracts are very old, and so that's it's probably not true for all of them. So I guess more work needs to be done to discover even what the contracts are. But if there's a cap, it is possible legally for the city council to ask the city staff to do an audit on that business. So, thanks.
Thank you. Certainly my understanding that city staff reviews usage by major users and makes sure that they're within their caps. The city obviously knows what major users are using because they're metered customers. Am I wrong about that?
You are correct.
All right. And then
that makes it public. That makes it okay to be public information. That was my point.
Right, and I don't think that is correct. In other words, the actual usage by customer is proprietary information to the customer. While the city has it, it's not public information. It's my understanding.
That's what I've been told. That's what I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
So I got a few more comments.
Well, we'll look at it further.
Yeah. Well, the short answer is the Public Records Act, which is the statute that obviously makes documents that are retained in the normal course of business by public agencies public records, contains a variety of different exemptions. One of those exemptions is utility user information. And
please.
Whether and how that exemption relates to the question that Ms. Manette has been raised just now is something I haven't looked into.
Right.
In other words, whether specific water use agreements and caps contained therein change that general rule. But I know that the city's policy has always been to adhere to that general exemption in the Public Records Act and not provide that information.
All right, that's what I understood. Okay.
I think it'd be useful to at least get some general idea, because as I see it, we basically have allocations. By contract, we have allocated a certain amount of water to certain customers. And if, in fact, they're not using it or they're using substantially less, when we are looking at other developments or things, in my view, we have some unused capacity. And it would be good to know that and know what it is. So I'm not looking for the nitty-gritty of someone's usage, but I think in general, if there's an ability to go back and modify some of these agreements so that we have water available, I think it's worth looking at.
I must say I don't think that's quite the way we've looked at it in the past, in the sense that we've looked at actual usage across customer class. That's what we did when we did the work on the Safe Yield Committee. And we certainly know and aggregate industrial use as a percentage of total use, and it's just not coming through in my mind without looking at the statistics. I do think there's a very good discussion of our water system, generally speaking, in the updated general plan general plan in the infrastructure section.
Because you wrote that, right?
That's right. It may be a little
just,
dated
just
at
for
this
instance,
point.
I think we had Behringer tell us they only used 50% of their
Yeah, could well be.
water.
Yeah, generally, it could well be. And that may-
So that's about 10 million gallons of water that's been allocated by contract and is not being used,
Correct.
or 9.5.
But again, when we looked at fixing the safe yield and where we are in terms of the safe yield, we were looking at actual usage, not contractual.
I guess a question that I would have, if you were going to go down that road, do we even have the right to change a contract if there is no use permit change?
So generally, contracts are not subject to unilateral changes. Obviously, we could, and the process of reviewing all of the contracts to see if there are off ramps or avenues for the city to get out of those agreements or to modify them is just something we haven't been asked to undertake. I don't.
Right.
Typically, you're right. Contracts are contracts, and we're bound by them.
Right.
No.
Excuse me,
Some
Mr.
people
Mayor?
might be willing to negotiate. That's all I'm suggesting.
All right,
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I need a vote to, by a unanimous vote, to go beyond 10:30.
All right. I so move.
Second?
Go ahead.
Mayor Galbraith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ellsworth,
Yes.
Koberstein, Doring,
Yes.
No.
White.
None.
All right. We're done.
So I've got a couple more comments on this.
You have,
Well,
6 more minutes. 6 more minutes.
you have 6 minutes.
okay, well, I'll be very quick, but what has worked in the past, or what we did in the past, is, to me, is not, in a sense, relevant here. We're in a new era where large agribusiness is moving into the area. We've seen in the Central Valley, towns have gone dry. Agribusiness around them has prospered. What happened with their systems that didn't work? And we've got to check our system. We've got to double check it. What happens if blue-green algae blooms in Bell Canyon and that reservoir goes offline, and all of a sudden we have less water, and we have a bunch of water contracts, and people saying we need our 10 million or we need our 12 million, and our citizens don't have enough. So to me, it's critical that we move to form a committee to look at, maybe it's a water security ad hoc committee, and and in the East Bay, they have reservoirs that go offline because of toxic algae blooms. That's 40 miles away from here? It's not like it's some thing I'm making up. This is a real security risk to our community. Without water, there's nothing. So we can push this off, and I will keep bringing it back until we get this moving.
My quick response to that would be that in our code, we have pretty severe restrictions allocating water if we run into an emergency situation, and they apply equitably through all customer classes. And they were last redone, I think, in 2012, because I remember that we undertook to cut down the number of phases from maybe 5 to 4 and 4 to 3. I'd have to double check it, but I remember going through that process at that point in time.
And we did that, and then we went into the drought restrictions, and then our revenue went down, so we don't have a plan for that. So we need to make a plan.
Well,
And we need to have an overall plan for how to deal with this.
well, again, the rate study and the water rates obviously seek to get the funding into the water system such that we can deal with these issues when they come up. That's part of the reserves that we have planned for.
You know, I think overall water security is sort of a bigger issue, and maybe what we should do is continue to agendize this for another meeting so we can, it's pretty late and we have a few people here, but get a little more public input.
I believe that Jennifer Toole is scheduled to provide a staff report at our next meeting dealing with the water contract, so that's a good start.
So maybe we could agendize that so we could also have a discussion without violating the Brown Act. So.
And I'm glad as long as we're continuing the discussion, because it's important. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, you can continue my 9.5 to the next meeting, and 9.6 is moot because you told me you've already, right?
All right, 10:30. Thanks, everybody.